Sandra can make some really big plays around the map, and Rift Herald has been such a low priority buff in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, to kill up the first blood gold bonus there for Freaka Freaks, and they're still at a standstill as far as the gold goes in comparison to Jin Air. They've just been winning out in top lane, in mid as well, and it's making up for that deficit that would have been existing otherwise. Now maybe a gank coming in on top. Winged and Trace zipping their way in. Parallel convergence. So now they go ahead and they just boot him right out of it. He'll still get the stun in onto Trace. And that shield will take a good bit of damage, but overall, Ixu going to keep himself safe.
It boggles my mind they're not making these plays specifically winged around the bot side where they have the Crystal Arrow and they don't have to worry about how slippery Echo is. They end up trading boosts, so Mickey does actually pick up blue anyway.
That'll be nice for him. The Hawk shot going out too late to really spot them taking it. They can clip them as they went down the river, so they know that Lyra is nearby, and they're going to play back towards this turret. See, the Wit's End's been completed for Songyun, going for the Merc Treads this time around.
Interesting.
So it's actually it's Penta Merc Treads for the Freaka Freaks.
Not looking to make return the mistakes of game one, but I can't think of the last time an AD carrier has bought any boots outside of Swiftness or Berserker Greaves. So many Swiftness anymore after the latest round of nerfs, but
Lucidity sometimes on Ezreal.
that's true, but certainly not the Merc Treads. Remember, there was once a time of people would have hushed whispers of Ninja Tabi Graves AD carry, but those times are certainly gone. True Grit giving you, I believe, 50 armor and MR at that time, and the Ninja Tabi was pretty hilarious times for Graves.
It's hard to think of Graves before he had this triple spread buckshot auto attack.
Before he decided the jungle was his true home.
Yeah.
I mean, he had that buckshot, it was just on a 9-second cooldown.
Sure. It's just weird to think about him using a shotgun and actually firing one shell at a time, one bullet at a time.
I mean, I don't know how he shoots 3 bullets at a time right now. Exactly.
Given the spray, sure, it looks...
1 was questionable, 3 also pretty questionable.
Well, I mean, a shotgun shell, it explodes and then there's little pellets inside and they scatter. So that's what they're trying to replicate, but it's not exactly a...
I don't know if the visual indicator is in any way realistic of how a shotgun
You're not really
works.
peppering somebody with bullets. You're just splitting them in an even cone every single time. It's a pretty magical weapon, actually. Whoever constructed that, they're pretty good at it. I don't think it's a Winchester.
Definitely not. It's an off-brand. Someone should get praise. A better shotgun.
Well, for now things have slowed down a little bit. Jin Air just trying to keep pace. They've started to slip behind very slightly.
Interesting, they've gone a burst build, so Pilot's actually rushed Infinity Edge. This means more single target damage. So Lissandra ult into
changing it up.
A volley of autos will probably be enough to take someone down. Essence Reaver by far the more normal first. Honestly, a second rush is something like a hurricane, so Infinity Edge does pale compared to those two, which are by far the staples. Pilot's going to have to help with wave clear because Jin Air still want to go for 1-3-1 with Ashe clearing in mid lane, but Infinity Edge is no hurricane when it comes to the wave clear I spoke of.
That's for sure. Dragon getting ready to spawn up here in 15 seconds. Going to be another Cloud Drake. So our second game with double Cloud Drake in a row coming through now.
Have we had an Ocean Drake today?
No, we have not. Or a Mountain. I think we've had all Cloud and then those Infernals. So it's been a really weird roll of the die today. Trace still sitting ahead 20 CS, but those 4 assists on Ixu going to be helping him out quite a bit. Looks like Freaka Freaks are poised to go ahead and take away this dragon. Winged is waiting nearby. But it's 4 members of Freaka.
Big teleport from Rumble.
That's going to be the Bard ultimate coming through. The Ashe Arrow not going to connect because of that Tempered Fate. That's going to be the carpet laid down. Not going to find too many targets. And now Pilot getting jumped onto the back. Ixu comes in, will get a stun onto 2. Big burst of damage coming through from Mickey onto Pilot. He's going to have to back off, but the Frozen Tomb locks down. The Echo jumps back in, almost pops Pilot, who has to flash away for fear of his own life. And Ixu will live. Meanwhile, Trace, he is going to go down, the only casualty of this fight, but Jin Air just clearly not on the same page, layering those ultimates, not chaining them together as necessary. And now they're going to be looking for this dragon. Wing pushing in, puts a ward down into the pit, but it's just a Cloud Drake. It's not worth losing his life over. So he won't go for it, and we're going to keep with this as an Infernal Drake will come up yet again.
Even with the Tempered Fate setup, the Equalizer got no work done whatsoever.
It
wasn't layered.
Very poorly layered.
Yeah, I mean, they had some good Equalizers when we saw him in Game 2, Trace, but this one was much more poor. Maybe overthought things with the extra time he was grinding, because the teleport is a perfect one. It's behind everyone else. That's the exit route that Afreeca have to take. But a flash from Mickey means it just registers on nobody. Doesn't split the team really either. In fact, Trace is the one that actually gets focused on. So many members go low from the side of Jin Air. Could have been more punishers, but only Trace will fall.
That's going to still give a bit more of a lead over to the Afreeca Freaks. Now several hundred ahead. It's fluctuating between about 500 and 700 here. So they'll be in a good spot, and they equalize that out-of-combat movement speed off of the Cloud Drake. But the Infernal, that could be the real turning point in this game.
Well, there's some Magic Resist purchases. They're not the early Aegis that we saw in Game 1 to really shut down the on-hit Kog'Maw. And two-item Kog'Maw, specifically Wit's End and Hurricane, applying that Magic Resist debuff for Karma to do more damage means that right now is the window for Afreeca to get a lot of value out of their comp. There's kind of two windows. There's right now, and there's when you get the Ginsu's Rage Blade to actually get the Phantom hit, Old Devourer passive to get double value. But right now, Afreeca are very powerful, barring Kuzan finding a way into the back line to delete the Kog'Maw.
Well, Kuzan's looking for that one as he gets nearer to that Zhonya's completion, has the Seekers and the Fiendish Codex. So he's just a little ways away from having that item, and that's going to allow him to be a little bit more fearless, jump straight into the back line, and try to lock down Songyun. We saw how well it worked out for him in Game 1. But now, Ixu really starting to take hold of this one. Trace not spending enough time outside of that parallel conversion, still gets locked up. He'll fire back a little bit of damage with a Flame Spitter, but he's really suffering and out of those charges on the refillable potion. Ash Arrow comes out. Lyra didn't even juke it, just walked around and it goes wide. And that's going to be a mid-pick opportunity by Jin Air yet again.
Yeah, skill shot's really hurting Jin Air. Should have done better. It's Trace. It's going to be risky for him to stay under the turret. Once you get below 30-40% health, and that passive from the third auto attack from Echo really does ramping up and doing big damage. So we'll have to leave lane. No teleport. Not seen first brick yet. Very good. We don't often see two Drakes before first turret goes down. In 6:15 meta.
It's been delayed for a while. We haven't even gotten that much damage in onto these structures either. So it's just been slow pace as far as the towers goes overall. Celtic finding in the volley, not going to connect onto Songyun. Winged was waiting nearby. Try to go for the play, but they don't know that Lyra is here either. Still going to stick around as Afreeca Freaks keep pushing forward. Lyra is going to go for the wraparound.
Zan has his teleport. Trace does not. Neither does Ixu. They'll be able to match in a couple of moments.
But spotted there by the Ward and the Scuttle Crab.
Remember that Afreeca kind of halted their own momentum in Game 1, over pursuing for first brick, and then got answered in multiple ways by Jin Air. So good to see them varying their intent and going to mid lane, trying to make other plays across the map. One of the things Jin Air's done best is really get and curate their minion waves to a point to cause global pressure from the sixth man. So if you tunnel vision onto a single lane, then Jin Air have already shown they can punish you for that.
Despite the shortcomings here for Trace, still edging out above Ixu, but you can see just how much more relevant Ixu has been in these exchanges, actually opting in for the Iceborne Gauntlet this time around instead of that Trinity Force, so he can really get on top of Pilot and stay on top of him for an extended period of time. Pilot's going to have to blow the flash or the heal to try to create some distance. Is going to be very reliant on the rest of the Jin Air squad to try to keep him safe.
Worth noting that because they have Lissandra and Ashe, not much burden of initiation on Wings, so potentially he could be there for disengage, but
might
this
be
would
looking
be
for
engage
engagement
time.
now. They're going to be losing this first brick, though, as they open up at the bottom side, so Afreeca Freaks is going to get even more gold on the board. Oddly enough, not handing that solo gold over to Songyun, which I think you'd want to do to really amplify the growth rate of that Kog'Maw.
Benefit of hindsight, they would have seen that even though Jin Air had multiple members around this turret, they were going to be significantly slower in killing it. So I think that was just we need to rush it down before Jin Air get the turret, rather than the controlled handoff it could have been.
Sure. can see the equalizer thrown out by Trace just to clear out the wave in the tier 2. And, oh, that's going to be a TP. They're going to try to sneak this one out. I don't know if they've been seen. Ixu's coming down. We'll be able to check who's on still in mid.
They're getting the bonus objective, but they know
Ixu's
now.
showing up now. That's going to be the parallel convergence coming out. And they're all in the mid lane. They can collapse onto this. The damage coming through. They take the magical journey out, but Ixu is going to pursue. Snaps back, but now they just hand over a Baron at half HP, and suddenly this play is going so very wrong for Jin Air. Green Wings throws out the Tempered Fate to try to delay. It still goes low. Sonic Wave is thrown out. They're just going to try to delay. Wing goes in. Can he find it? No, he's not going to be able to do so. Lyra takes away the Baron, and now the chase is coming through from Afreeca Freecs. Abyssal Voyage into the backline from Snowflower. Going to be locking up the Lee Sin, but he gets Dragon Rage kicked away. Shay falling, and now Kuzan in a bad spot. One more snipe from Songyun will do it. There it is. Takes out Kuzan, and that's 2 kills picked up, plus Baron for Afreeca Freecs. Jin Air trying to pull the trigger on something, but it just goes so very wrong.
They tried the big creative play, but the moment that Ixu face-checked a 5,000 health Baron, even with the ability to get out, with the escape from Bard, it wasn't enough. They leashed the Baron. It was smart of Ixu to snap back in, do damage to it, kept it leashed. It was low enough. Denied Wing to steal that he's made so many times that Lee Sin, and wow, Afreeca Freecs, maybe this is finally the time on the 7th attempt where they can break the duck and finally get a win in postseason competition.
Take another look at this here, just Jin Air with a bold call, but
see, Jin Air have the magical journey, so they're like, okay, whatever, we can just hug the back of the pit and get out, but they don't factor in the fact that with the Echo ultimate, they keep it leashed, and even though they unleash it again with the ultimate, even though Wing is known for his steals, Elise has great confirm as well. Good job by Lyra. The steal in previous games was not from Lyra, so good stuff there. And even though Kuzan goes for the big engage, he doesn't self-ult in the backline, he actually ults onto Songyun, so he ends up being a casualty as well.
And this is pretty crucial there. Now, meanwhile, Afreeca Freecs are able to take away the Infernal Drake, and it's really just bizarre that we're getting nothing but Cloud Drakes and Infernals today, as it will be a 3rd Cloud Drake coming up. But Afreeca, Baron buffed up, 6,000 gold in the lead now with Infernal Drake. Looking like you said, they might be able to break this postseason match curse that has been persisting for them so far.
And Songyun is a shredder. Even though we see some matches, it's not enough, and he's got the Rage Blade already.
I mean, look at how much damage he just did to Kuzan. Kuzan's down to about 15% HP. Just off of 2 seconds of hits.
Yeah, when you hit your items on this on-hit build, which of course is cheaper than a regular AD carry build, and the magic resist purchases are lower, there's not double Spirit Visage in the front line, not as much health to combo with just Abyssals. This Kog'Maw's doing ridiculous damage.
Oh my god, Shay almost getting burned down. He's going to have to back off. Wing getting locked up. Take a bit of damage, but this turret is going to fall. Ixu dashes forward, makes use of that Sheen. Working through, and this is going to be Afreeca Freecs breaking the inhibitor line before 28 minutes. Maybe looking for more. Songyun going on to Wing. The one more hit would do it. Can't snipe him out in the end. The shield keeps him alive from the W, but man, Songyun is popping off. And this is pretty reminiscent of what we saw when it was Afreeca Freecs versus SK Telecom.
SKT seemed really surprised by the Kog'Maw pick. The Kog'Maw build didn't build magic, just were punished. Speaking of punishment, they will fall low, but
lock him down, but that's going to be the Devourer coming through, and Shay is going to fall. Songyun just working him down, and there we go. Another one as Wing gets tethered up, and the Afreeca Freecs are starting to really run away with this game. So looks like we very well will have a series on our hands. Now 10,000 gold in the lead. 2 inhibitors about to fall. It's still 30 seconds out on Wing. They can push in for more. They might be able to end the game.
Real chance for Kilios, even though they have the dossier on this on-hit Kog'Maw, even though they've tried to build magic resist, Afreeca getting the Baron and Snowboy. Look at Songyun.
There he goes. He's pushing way too far forward, though. Has to rely on that Devour from Snowflower. And that is going to be them peeling back. Weren't able to kill the Nexus Tower in the end because of that aggro coming through onto the Kog'Maw. But Jin Air, their base is crumbling around them. Just have 3 turrets and an inhibitor remaining. 4 if you count the tier 2 and top. But now with this massive deficit built up, all hope is pretty much lost for Jin Air in game 3.
Even though it's still too early to even mouth the words reverse sweep, this is still a really big win. If Afreeca can get it, it'll show them they can perform when it matters most in the postseason. And even if they go down 3-1, it'll be one more monkey off the back in future seasons because they've been so consistent. They've hit 5th 2 seasons in a row. This team that came through in the expansion when we moved to 10 teams in summer of 2015. They've improved since, and okay, they haven't stuck the landing, especially in the second half of this season. But there's always been something about the Afreeca Freaks, and it'd be great to see if there was something about them in the playoffs as well.
Well, the hope's still somewhat alive. There is a pulse there for them, but not fully resuscitated as of yet.
Massively, the 11,500 gold. It's not done yet, but
it's almost impossible. Because
the curse is so real, Achilles.
It's very true. But there's just no front line for Jin Air. Winged is now trying to get tanky, has a chain vest, a Giant's belt, and a Banshee's veil, but it's just not enough to deal with the damage coming out from Songyun.
Their improvement is the warding has been a lot more on point this game than Afreeca has in Game 1, Game 2. We haven't seen those Lissandra flanks. It has to be Lissandra or Lee Sin, and both of them are watching Songyun rip through bases.
That's going to be a 4-man Tempered Fate coming through. Nice carpet laid down, trying to get the damage in, but they're just going to flash off, get eaten up, and try to jump out. Leroy will fall. Wing finds the kill, trying to trade one back on the Ixu. He still has the ultimate up. And look at this, Songyun fearlessly pushing in with a shield from Mickey, shredding through them, finds the kills, looking for a second with the flash away by Trace. Will keep him alive for the time being. And the ultimate from the Cogmaw is not going to connect, but it doesn't matter. The last Nexus Tower is falling, and they're going to knock this one down. 31-minute game of Afreeca Freaks. Going to be winning here in Game 3, taking us to a fourth and keeping their hopes of moving on to face Samsung alive. Pilot gets caught. Kuzan won't go down. But my God, Songyun, he showed up for sure on this Cogmaw.
Congratulations to the Afreeca Freaks. Now 1-6 in postseason. It's getting that number on the board. It's keeping themselves in the series. It's a steadier emotionally for these players as well as they look a bit more on the up after what was a real struggle in games 1 and 2. And for the first time this series, we have to question Jin Air. They decided to go for the Rumble again. That meant they had one less initiator. Remember in Game 1, it was about having also the Gnar as a potential threat onto the Cogmaw. Rumble doesn't perform that role. The one time we saw a flank teleport around Dragon by Trace, it didn't work out. The Rumble ults weren't on point this time, and I think maybe we're going to need to see a different top lane pick for Trace in Game 4.
I agree with that, but I also think that the Lee Sin for Jin Air wasn't able to do it a lot. Wing didn't really go in for many engagements earlier on. I mean, you were especially saying it. Go to the bottom lane, get them ahead. Trace was winning the matchup in top for a long period of time in this game, and he just never paid a visitation down there to try to get Pilot ahead.
And it's kind of worse than that, because take the Karma away from her turret and try to kill her. The one person you can't kill is the Echo.
I mean, you see how much damage he just did right there. Wing doing about as much, if not less, than we saw. The Bard will get a replay, though. This fight in the top lane, this last-ditch effort by Jin Air. Wing goes in for the Hail Mary off the backside of this Equalizer.
I mean, just watch Songyun in this fight. He has so much confidence. He gets eaten, and you're like, okay, disengage the fight. But no, Songyun knows exactly how much damage he does. It doesn't matter that the Karma is dead. There's one person, one true damage dealer. I guess at this point with all the matches.
It was the Elise. The Karma's alive.
Sorry, my apologies, you're right. The Elise went down, but Songyun's turret diving at this point gets devoured for a second time just to move closer. All as the super minions crash onto the Nexus, and Afreeca, finally, the 7th attempt, get a win.
Well, it's much needed from these guys. And like you said, even if they don't close out this set, it's definitely a reprieve for them mentally, as they just haven't had success in the post-season matches. But we're going to get ready to go to a break, so we'll be back in a couple minutes here, and we'll see if Afreeca can keep the train rolling, or if Jin Air will stomp them out.
LOL 팬이시라면 누구나 롤챔스 서머의 개막을 기대하셨을 겁니다. 그런데 말입니다. 개막을 앞두고 매우 충격적인 소식이 들려왔습니다.
2016년 썸머부터는 아나운서로는 인사를 드리지 못하게 될 것 같아요.
MVP 인터뷰 이번 시즌부터 저희와 함께 하도록 하겠습니다.
예, 저희가 조은정 아나운서만큼 아름답진 않지만 그래도
왜 조은정 아나운서님이 안 하시는지는 이해가 할 수가 없습니다.
화려한 승부를 시작하겠습니다. 인터뷰 시스템을 바꿨는데 우리 해설자 두 분과 함께
저희 어떻게 잘할 수 있죠?
네, 잘 해보도록 하겠습니다.
그냥 편하게 게임하다 보니까 이긴 것 같아요.
네, 알겠습니다. 그러면 먼저
처음이시라 그런지 몰라도 잘 못하시더라고요. 제가 더 잘할 것 같아요.
정말 요즘 말로는 극혐이었던 것 같습니다. 그날의 기억은 진짜 지우고 싶었어요. 정말 최악이었어요. 진짜 지옥 같았어요.
동준이 형의 얼굴이 그렇게 흠뻑 젖은 건 처음 봤어요. 그런데 괜찮더라고요. 매력적이었어.
좋았냐?
이었어요. OGN.
처음 웃으면서 보고만 있어. 이러면서 내가 얼마나 진짜 쳤는지 알아요?
솔직히 망했어요. 그냥 때려칠까 이 생각을 하고 있었는데 어떻게든 해봐야죠.
볼 수 없어요. 저희 현이준이가
네.
있습니다.
거기에
두 번째 경기 8분 때
네.
벽에
별로예요?
한번 꽝 이렇게 부딪히시더라고요.
네.
아주 정말 매섭게.
그때 심정이 어떠셨나요?
그게 그렇게 어려운 벽도 아닌데 상윤 선수 존재감이 그렇게 와닿진 않았거든요.
피로 때문에 코피를 쏟았다.
예.
네, 이런 얘기를 저희가 들었어요.
응원의 한마디라도 혹시
저와 동준이 형이 하나가 됐다는 걸 느꼈죠. 우린 달랐어요.
나 자신에게 끊임없이 얘기했어.
우린 달라졌어요.
잘할 수 있어. 난 너무 매력적이야.
그리고 제가 OGN의 적자 아닙니까?
난 선수들이 좋아할 수밖에 없어. 나하고 인터뷰는 잘할 수밖에 없어. 선수들 반응도 너무 좋았고 우리하고 인터뷰를 즐거워하는 게 눈에 보이더라고요.
크라운 선수 저희와 인터뷰해 보니까 어떤가요?
제가 여기 있어서 너무 좋아요.
죄송합니다. 예.
여러분 어제 인터뷰보다 훨씬 낫죠? 예, 엄청났어요.
마지못해 대답을 해주신 것 같은.
아슬아슬하게 승리한 것 같습니다.
긴장이 어디가 많으니까
접전 끝에.
남탕이어도 괜찮아요.
놓치지 않을 거예요. 롤챔스 서머도 화이팅! 현이준이도 파이팅!
Welcome back, guys. Coming into Game 4 now, if Freak of Freaks were able to close out in Game 3, finally taking a postseason game for themselves. Now it's, 1-6, I believe, is the record, Baba Smith. You can correct me on that one. But Jin Air still just a win away from walking away with the set and going on to face Samsung later in the week. At Freak of Freaks, they need to finish out 2 more games, complete the reverse sweep, if they want to progress through this regional qualifier.
Most interestingly, they did it with the Cogmore pick that recently hasn't been working for them. Of course, famously was the big pick against SK Telecom now a couple of months ago. Karma was also the facilitator for that Kog'Maw in many ways and wasn't banned away in Game 3 like it was on Game 2. So now that we will see the teams swap the sides of the Rift, let's see if Karma will be once again banned by Jin Air, because that kind of stops the Kog'Maw pick from having the same efficiency.
Yeah, we'll see. Yep, and that is going to be the first ban right out the gate. They'll just get rid of that immediately and halt the Freak of Freaks in their tracks. We'll see where they want to go from here. Last time Jin Air was over onto this blue side, we saw the Malzahar make it through the draft. So Kuzan probably be more than happy to get his hands on that yet again.
First pick Rek'Sai will certainly come through if it is not banned by Afrika. It was first picked.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, look at me. I'm a soothsayer today. Those were the big picks, and they are banned away. So we're going to see a very different type of Game 4, you'd have to imagine.
Looking that way, which means that it could be either team's game here to win, as things are going to be very different. Hopefully, though, we won't see Winged going back onto that Lee Sin unless he's really going to try to put down that early pressure, because it was lacking pretty significantly in that last game.
I think Lissandra is the likely first pick here for Jin Air if it's left up. It's going to ban away the Twisted Fate and I'll have to deal with those shenanigans. Still plenty of Pocket Mickey champions to be last picked if they're going to leave last pick over.
Perhaps the Zed.
The Dream. Zed was picked by Scout of EDG and it was specifically into Taliyah. And Taliyah is another champion that would have to be last banned by Afrika for that to be off the board.
It's true, we've seen her taken away. So now they're really playing around with this one. Taliyah was open in the last game, not picked up. It's banned in games 1 and 2, and it's going to be the Malzahar yet again. So could be Taliyah if Kuzan wants to pick that one up.
Sandra is probably the most likely first, but actually we haven't
Oh
even
yeah,
mentioned.
wow, Vladimir.
Hasn't necessarily been a high win rate champion, but both these players, Mickey has a very high win rate with it, so perhaps denying it away is behooved for the side of Afrika, and Kuzan has played a lot of the Vladimir as well.
Yeah, I think you just have to go ahead, take this one away, as Mickey would be more than happy to get his hands on it. They will go ahead and lock that one up for Kuzan. Could always be a flex to Trace, though. Never really know what's going to happen with those two.
There's been a bit more of the top lane of Vladimir in a couple of scenes. Amazing J playing it in China, and also we saw it from Crazy in the promotion tournament a couple of times. So you're right, there is that outside chance of top lane Vladimir. It doesn't strike me as a Trace champion, even though it can have quite a lot of lane pressure.
So now might just be back over to the Echo for the 4th game in a row for Freak of Freaks. Ixu's 3rd one.
I guess Afrika just don't play Nara. That's all we can really take away. Nara was first pick in the LCK final. So many other series have been first pick across the world, but more Echo priority being shown by Afrika in particular.
Gonna lock this up as well as the Sivir coming through yet again for Songyun. So once this instead of that Kog'Maw, played it in game 2.
I think it's Karma
Yeah,
plus
back in.
Kog'Maw or no Kog'Maw is kind of the math equation.
yeah.
So Sivir does similar late game damage and
Fair point.
has the ultimate utility as well.
Always
So,
bring back the Lulu.
I mean, we just saw it flash, but we're not going to see it realistically, Achilles.
I don't know if it's actually been played anywhere in any of the regions yet with the recent changes.
I want to say there's been a single Lulu support game, but might just be incorrect on that one.
All right, Trundle and Gragas coming through. This is good for Winged. Had a good performance on this one.
It was great in game 1 on the Gragas. And then the Trundle's going to most likely be support, but chance that Trace plays it in top as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Jay pull that one out a couple times now. So we'll see where he wants to place that. Back over to Afrika Freaks, looking for mid lane support and jungle to finish out their squad. Long hover over the Kale. Don't think we're going to see that one come through, but with Taliyah available, could be a pickup for Mickey. And I mean, it suits his style. He's got an ultimate that he can just ride into the middle of the enemy team and get killed on.
It's true. Push and roam is definitely his MO, and push and roam and die. Its mid lane Corki was also a thing of his, so love to see Mickey play that Taliyah. We've definitely seen the best and worst of Taliyah in recent weeks. BDD especially had a most awful game in their first series in the promotional tournament. Weaver's Wall is kind of the big skill cap. Some people are able to split the enemy team and really facilitate global players, and some players don't have that same conceptualization of the ult.
Well, last pick for the jungle for them. From Sivir in the bottom lane, going to be a nice strong pickup for them. So now going back into the Sivir, what do we see from Pilot? Tried playing the Ashe in the last game, didn't have that much success. We saw the Lucian come out in game 2, and that had worked out pretty nicely for him. It's going to be the Ezreal, though, this time around, and then Gnar coming in as the final pick, so falling all the way down to last pick on blue side. But they'll just be running this Gnar into the Echo like we saw earlier on in the series, which means that Vladimir will be in mid from blue zone.
I really do like the Ezreal pick in this game because you've got Gnar, Vladimir, who really want to dive in. Not a lot of peel for the Ezreal, so you go for the ultimate self-peel champion, also very safe. Even if the Weaver's Wall comes, the moment Mickey hits level 6, you have both the Arcane Shift and Flash to get away. So even though they want to set up a 1-3-1 Ezreal mid lane until he has the 2 items, isn't the best to match wave clear against a Sivir. I think overall it's a good pick. Pilot's also 5-3. It's probably his best performing champion. Hasn't played it a lot in summer season, but another stat worth mentioning, even though it really suits the playstyle of Mickey, it's actually Mickey's competitive debut on the Taliyah. So another one of these top mids in Korea gets to mess with what is very clearly a powerful champion on 615. We'll have to see how he fares.
I mean, we had seen the Taliyah coming out for, you know, Sky in the mid lane, for CJ, Faker, a couple other people, but really at that time it was all about the Vladimir for Mickey. That was what he was trying to get his hands on. So now we're going to be changing it up a little bit. But like I said, I think this suits his play style. Both of these mid laners are going to be running with the Flash of Ghost. So we'll see how he performs, whether or not he's going to have a Faker level performance on the Taliyah or if it's going to be more of a BDD.
That does seem to be the level. I think Fly to BDD is perhaps the better viewer. I guess you could say Sky as well, but that was only 2 games many moons ago. But yeah, always interesting to see, because definitely a champion. It's going to be a mainstay of competitive play, barring some pretty heavy-handed nerfs. Roaming potential there. Mickey loves to dodge lane and make plays around the map, hence his love of Twisted Fate, and Taliyah might be a better Twisted Fate these days.
We'll see if he's going to be able to cut off the enemy team and try to create some picks for them. But right now, up against the ropes, Afrika Freak's going to try to even out this series. Just need to find these next 2 wins. Jin Air a win away from progressing further into the regional qualifier. Going to be looking to close it out clean and concisely here in Game 4. Let's go ahead and get onto the Rift and see who is going to be the victor. All right, Ocean Drake, hey, it finally pops its head out, which is kind of bittersweet because it's like, hey, first Ocean, okay, it's an Ocean Drake.
Ads have been filtering into the studio slowly. Of course, start at 5 p.m. on a work day now. The school's no longer out for summer, so only now we're starting to really fill up and some voice in the cheers. I'd love to see a Game 5. I really think Afrika finally showed and put their best foot forward in Game 3. And I'm just intrigued to see what Taliyah's Mickey's Taliyah's Mickey, that's silly, but Mickey's Taliyah can make happen.
So interestingly enough, Ixu still going with that fervor of battle despite being at that disadvantage with the range to melee, and Trace is not going to be going for it himself. So we'll be stacking up those hyper stacks as quickly as you normally would, and that's been pretty much the most prevalent keystone as far as the Gnar tops goes. So a bit of a turn away from that for Trace in top. We'll see how that's going to pay off for him.
Seems pretty counterintuitive because the guy who's going to kind of be wailing away on the melee champions taking the more defensive keystone. It is Trace who's defensive-minded, but I guess the other thing to factor in is that the thing if you take Fervor on Echo, at level 2 you can go very hard with auto attacks. The base damage of the Fervor is quite high, so you can perhaps get a life lead, maybe a potion lead early, and then just force Trace to be more focused on getting his life total up. That was the little push-in that we've seen. A lot of mid-lane Taliyahs in particular, with a very fast wave clear at level 1, have been looking to contest enemy Raptors. And that's what Mickey did this game. That evolved into really nice counter ganks both in China and the NA finals recently, but won't be punished this time.
Yeah, Winged moves over. It's still warded out. Not going to go for that one yet. Going to opt in for the red buff. And you can see Mickey just completely shoved up towards that turret, just trying to keep Kuzan as far under there as possible. And he's working him down pretty low, as well as stretching ahead in CS.
So what teams will do against Taliyah will be they'll start red buff. The jungle will path into the brush, you know, just above a red buff, and then just get a big gank. It's obviously very fast for Kuzan to just walk down. And then with the Gragas body slam, potential for a kill onto the very low health, level 2 at the time, Taliyah. But no scouting report this time from Jin Air means that they're free to get that extra experience for Mickey.
And we'll have to keep our eye on this bottom lane now with Pilot over onto the Ezreal. This is the second time that Songyun's played this Sivir in the set. Didn't find success on it. First time around, that was in game 2. But gonna try his hand at it yet again, and now Pilot moving over to a much different AD carry than what we've been seeing.
Shove!
He gets shoved in, and he's gonna get taken out with a solo kill. Mickey just absolutely destroying the Vladimir. Didn't have a chance to use his Ghost or his Flash to get out of that one. Mickey just using the Ghost himself, and that's going to be a massive pickup for him.
Kuzan's a really practiced Vladimir, but caught out by the potential of the Taliyah. Really nice W hit there.
Oh, the
Ixu.
steal away by Ixu. He's able to find the Grump, but now this is the roam down coming through from Trace. He can hop over the wall and try to cut him off. Ixu's going to have to flash. So he gets the Grump, but loses his summoner spell himself. But we'll get that pickup, and now Lyra feel comfortable to go for this Ocean Drake, which would be very nice for Afrika as a whole. Keep Ixu alive. Can just back off away from Trace with that constant harass. He's going to be throwing down, regenerate up a bit. Mickey as well. Be able to help match the sustain of the Vladimir in mid.
But what a team performance. Solo kill in mid, same time Ixu walks into the enemy jungle to contest the Grump, and they take the Drake as well. Earliest Drake by a mile we've seen in recent memory at 4.5 minutes, and most played this season is the Vladimir, but only 3 and 6, only a 33% win rate on that Vladimir, and
Kuzan
just
way too
disrespected him.
aggressive.
He could have flashed earlier, could have just respected him in any way, but first performance from Mickey on Taliyah going pretty damn well.
Yeah, and you can see already starting off with that lost chapter, going to be building towards the Morellonomicon. So it's going to be hurting Kuzan even more once he can complete that, because Kuzan's got a ways to go before he can scale up, and that threat and volley is just connecting and doing so much work, knocking him down half HP every single time.
Lost Chapter is such a wonderfully powerful item. Every level, getting that extra 20% of your max mana back means you can be pretty liberal with spells, as if it was the old tier or the pre-mana regen rework items. Trace going for the grass. Every time Ixu gets more than 2 auto attacks down, really managed to harass out the Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, Trace hasn't gone back for the buy yet. It's a double Doran's ring here.
Uh-oh.
Or Lyra, or now as Lyra's coming in for the gank. Trace just hugging the minion wall. He'll be able to get out safely. Throws up, he's sitting on top of a Warren.
Never could have flashed.
Oh boy, Kuzan back in mid. With the seismic shove, takes a good chunk of damage, but still not blowing either of his summoner spells.
Never could have flashed for the Cocoon. Peanut often goes for moves like that, but either respected Trace's ability to counter flash or was happy with the summoner being blown.
I think he was more worried about being able to finalize the kill, as Ixu is still a ways away, doesn't have his flash up. So just lets him waddle away. It's the first back now for Trace, and goes for the Ninja Tabi. So not going to be very powerful for a while. Going to be delaying that build, whether he goes for the Frozen Mallet or the Black Cleaver first. It's going to be pretty late.
Another way that Afrika have won is in the shopping timings in bot lane. You really want to force a long laning phase as Ezreal, so you can back and get Tyr and Sheen, but it's Tyr versus BF Sword. Literally the worst case scenario possible for an Ezreal.
Pretty much.
And you get pushed in with reckless abandon, no real way to opt into trades, barring the ultimate, getting a big burst onto the support.
And you can see things already starting to go pretty poorly here for Trace. A little bit back with the grasp, but he's going to be hurting in these exchanges.
Mickey has been perma pushing into the Vladimir. And of course, Vladimir will get more levels into Tides of Blood and be able to match it to a degree, but we've already seen he's got the laning mechanics down, the 1v1 mechanics down on the Taliyah. Let's see how his Weaver's walls are, because he's going to have plenty of breathing room to go for a global play before long.
Another seismic shove in. Doesn't have too much to offer up as far as further damage goes. Wing gonna get spotted out by that ward by the Raptors. He's now level 6. Gonna try to make a play in onto this mid lane. He's gonna have to peel back, takes that tower shot. Wing probably could have come in and at least forced the flash away if he threatened with that explosive cast, but it doesn't go over. Guzan is just gonna continue to struggle.
Just waiting for gold to finish off that Morellonomicon. Probably going to have to be 2 purchases. Right now it's quite low on mana, but in no way being threatened whatsoever. Gragas basically power farming and hoping that his laners don't fall any further behind than they already are.
Well, fortunately for him, Pilot at least has a lead. Trace is keeping it relatively close, down by about 5 CS at the moment as he gets shoved in underneath the tower, so he'll be able to equalize that count with these last 3 coming in. Actually going to knock Ixu in, force the ultimate out, so they'll just trade those CDs right there.
Actually quite important. You might not think so when it comes to a laning phase ultimate, but Ixu, if
And
he
then
doesn't
stops
ult,
him from backing and ulting back
that's
to
the
the
point I was getting to, is that it stops him from getting an item lead without actually having to invest in his summoner spell teleport, which in turn relieves the pressure, and with the pressure of Dragon, which does spawn in just a couple of minutes time, so could actually be quite consequential that Ixu was forced to ult.
Guzan just trying to get some HP back off the Wolves, but
Wolves
what
are
he lost
hungry this weekend.
Yeah.
We already saw them take down Bless in the last series you casted Achilles.
Don't remind me.
I mean, Bless probably, you know, won't ever be able to live that down, but they did win the series at least.
That's true. But now he has to live with being the team that relegated CJ Entis out of the LCK.
Look, I'm sure that's something to feel good about if you're actually on the team, even if we mourn the legend of what was once MIG and ended up CJ.
I'm just more so concerned with the very salty and vindictive fans from CJ Entis that can hold that grudge for a long time. Wing gonna go in, knocks Mickey to the side. Hemo Plague not gonna connect. They're trying to go for it. Tides of Blood into the transfusion, finds the kill. TP likely gonna be canceled. No, Ixu's actually gonna finish that one. He's gonna come into this mid lane. That's gonna offer up a good amount of time for Trace to shove in onto the top tower, get some good damage down.
Mickey was greedy with summoners there. Thought he could get away with the ghosts. Tried to counter flash, but flashed after the CC had already registered, so unfortunately went down as well. Both summoners down. Was unused both of his as well, but has a lot more safety in the mid lane with the ability to use the Sanguine Pool, so finally some pressure taken off Vladimir, as theoretically at least Mickey will have to pressure a little bit less in the mid lane for fear of getting repeat ganked by the Gragas.
Yeah. Well, he's got that Morellonomicon now. That's going to help him out quite a bit. Whereas Guzan still looking for that Spirit Visage. Pretty close.
We're still looking for that first Weaver's Wall.
Yep, hasn't come out yet.
Mickey is just greed, going for auto attacks. Could have flashed, could have flashed, could have flashed. Didn't flash.
It was a good knockback by Wing.
And he ended up flashing the Vladimir ult, which is something, but unfortunately, at 300 health, you're going to die to a couple of Gragas auto attacks with red buff, let alone Vladimir Tides of Blood. So a little bit too much greed on the summoner spells costs Mickey in that scenario.
But overall, the Freak of Freaks still going to have a lead of about 700. That first blood bonus coming through, helping them out, as well as the CS lead that Mickey has been able to accrue over top of Guzan. 17 up at the moment. It's being made up for very slightly, and Bada's Pilot just keeps trying to inch ahead of Songyun, but it's a Sivir. Now with that BF sword, the Berserker Greaves, he's gonna be able to clear out those waves with relative ease, so not should be too much of a lead growing further for Pilot. Trace goes in for a trade onto Ixu, gets a good amount of damage down. He's gonna snap back to get a little bit of that health back.
Missed the actual, thought he could get some damage with the ult, but actually missed on the chrono break. Worth noting that because Ixu teleported into mid very conspicuously, Janair have a teleport advantage, so Freaker got the very early first strike. We're probably looking for a 4 or 5 stack game, but with a teleport disadvantage, super risky as I think Winged has the jump here.
Yeah, Winged he does. He knocks him down to about half HP. Lyra jumps to that ward, comes over the wall. They pop him back though. Nicely done by Winged. Pilot gonna pick up the kill. Snowflower getting booted to the side. Body slam coming through. Songyun's here though. He's going to use On the Hunt to try to zip him out. Now Guzan going in, drops the Hemo Plate down onto Mickey. Goes into the Sanguine Pool to slow him up. The rest of the team's coming through. The True Chop Barrage not going to connect, but it doesn't matter. Pilot jumps forward, finishes him off with the Mystic Shot, and that is going to be an Ocean Drake going over to Jin Air to equalize that count. They equalize the gold, and now they're up 2 kills. first brick gold still available, but Jin Air making some proactive moves, showing some signs of life now. Because the Freak of Freaks are looking like they're going to be very successful, and my God, it's a triple Ocean Drake game.
The pathing from Winged, when it's on, it's really on, as it has been a couple of times this series, and then just knowing the limits there, the flash cast was a thing of beauty. Good Pilot to capitalize on it, and then Mickey, you know, trying to relieve pressure. Remember, he used both summoners just a moment ago, and then just gets zerged down. This is what Vladimir can do. Spirit Visage, no ability power, but doesn't matter. Even though the Ezreal ult goes wide, Vladimir would have had enough to take him down because he had the Ghost, had the mobility, and Mickey falls down and still hasn't been able to use that ult whatsoever.
Yeah, they were still able to hand the kill over to Pilot, which is going to be very nice for him. Tier and the Sheen finally coming through, helping that Ezreal get some trades in, because he's going to need it. If you take a look right now, Songyun still working towards that Essence Reaver.
And asking for a Weaver's Wall. He's going to see some rock surfing.
Still on cooldown, so won't be able to throw it out quite yet. Nice block with the Unbreakable there. The Freakin' Freaks looking for that first brick. Won't be able to find it at this moment. The Roman's coming through from Kuzan, and Winged is waiting on the sidelines. Trace just trying to keep Ixu busy. Almost has that TP back up, which could be pretty crucial for Freak of Freaks if a fight should erupt in the bottom lane here. But for now, they'll just get a good amount of damage in onto that tier 1 tower, but the first break will still elude them.
Why? Nice counter roam from Jin Air to stop that from coming down. Trace has been free hitting onto the Echo, so the matchup going more as we expected, about even in CS. Always troubling when a full tank Vladimir solos down a squishy carry, but such is the balance level of Vladimir right now.
Yeah, definitely needs to be changed up just a little bit more.
Just think if you build a Spirit Visage first, you probably shouldn't be able to burst someone from full health.
I agree. It's like a Rek'Sai having a Cinder Hulk and Banshee's Veil and not taking damage from anybody. It's amazing. Trace, oh, gonna make it to the other side of the Weaver's Wall in time. We'll try to slow him up. He goes into that mini Narv form. Parallel Convergence not gonna catch him. He'll be fine, still holds onto the flash and everything. And still gets a good amount of damage down onto Ixu. And Kuzan gets some alone time with this turret. Lyra's gonna roam. Be able to clear this out. Knocks it down to just above half. And Winged is just gonna be sitting in bot, keeping this turret alive as well. Just playing for the team completely.
Yeah, just nice to see him know where he needs to be, relieving pressure, getting CS for himself. Wasn't a bit of a CS hole against his opponent Lyra, but answered a bit of that with some wave clear.
Yeah, that and the 2 assists that have come through for him. He's probably got a lead at the moment.
Team fighting wise, it's hard to see Jin Air losing in the late game. Freakin' had all those different tools to be able to make plays around the map.
Oh boy. Trace TP's back up. Lyra's here. He's gonna go relatively low. Nice flash away, but he's still taking a hell of a lot of damage. Can't get into Mega, and he's gonna fall. Just not knowing where Lyra was. Gets popped right after coming into the lane. That's gonna open up Freak of Freaks to get that first brick goal as they take down the top tier 1.
They're tanking it though, they don't have minions, so if the minion wave actually comes in from Jin Air, they might get it faster. It's gonna be close.
I mean, that's gonna be the, yeah, there it is. It's gonna be the Sheen on the Ixu, help take that one out. Jin Air just gonna be a couple seconds behind, but that will put them at a 1.1 thousand gold disadvantage now. The Freak of Freaks still just keeping their heads above the water, but barely so.
Minion wave came just in time to match that from Jin Air and get that first brick over to Afrika. 1,000 gold is the bounty they've reaped so far from what has been an entertaining but pretty even early game.
Blue buff takeaway by Winged. Gonna be able to clear out a little bit more of the jungle, but it's gonna be risky. Lyra coming around the sides, he flashes away. The Cocoon barely misses. I thought he had flashed into it for a second. It wouldn't have been that much follow-up from anybody else on a Freak of Freaks, however, but all the same, flash body slam, not gonna be a threat for Mickey in that mid lane for the next 5 minutes.
And when you're that deep in the enemy jungle against a Taliyah who he wouldn't have known, didn't quite have the ultimate available, you see a live flashing before your eyes, so probably smart to flash first. Sort of play that would have helped Mickey in the early game, but some players a bit too liberal with their summoner spells, and some people hold on to them a bit too long. We can't all be Faker and wait the exact perfect amount of time for every flash.
That's very true. He's the master of that. But Kuzan now, still down. far as the CS goes, but still climbing up in the items. As should have a good reserve right now. Gold for his next back.
Pilot's at 2 items as well, so they wish to go 1-3-1 and have Pilot clear in mid lane. May not be a Sivir in that regard, but will be competitive at least.
Well, there we go. Goes back, gets the Fiendish Codex. So holding on to that Null Magic Mantle, opting in for the Sorcerer is huge as well. Just going to be slow and steady as she goes. We have that next dragon coming up. 3rd Ocean Drake of the game. 30 seconds. Cocoon going to be jumped away with the Arcane Shift, but that's going to open up that turret to go over to a Freak of Freaks. The Weaver's Wall's been thrown out, but there's just no way to get on top of Pilot in time. And we'll have that Arcane Shift back up anyway.
Might have the right intent, just about zoning away from the turret take.
Yeah. Works out well. Trace going in for a trade with Ixu. Knocks him into the wall, but can't get too much done.
Bit of awkward timing though, using the Nara ultimate in vision 5 seconds before Drake spawns.
He doesn't have to teleport, so he'd have to run down.
Sure. It is in multiple different ways, kind of surrendering your intent around Drake though. Cooldown not too long when you already have the Black Cleaver.
Sure. Well, we'll see this starting up now. Lyra and Mickey having plenty of damage to try to burn through this one. The rest of Jin Air wrapping around the side. Pilot coming down. It's going to go low. Can it be confirmed by Winged?
By time
Does not look like it. He's not able to go in for it. There it is. Lyra is able to pick it up. Goes forward. Finds Ixu. Big burst of damage, but they knock him away. Nice pillar thrown down. Ixu has to flash over the wall. The Ignite is ticking, and that's going to be Jay coming up with the kill. Should be the disengage from a Freak of Freaks, but they lose that second Ocean Drake. They pick off Ixu and get his flash for it in the end. But with this Sivir very healthy in mid, and the wave clear from Mickey, they're not going to be able to try to push in and take out this tier 1.
Does not simply push in a Talia Sivir with mana.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen, so it will buy time in that particular scenario. They could have just had Trace auto attack up top. Jin Air kind of understood they weren't going to get the Drakes. They kind of looked for a pick on the backside, which they registered, but not sure they needed Nara around to confirm that. Pilot himself actually is going to be a split pusher. Yep. Kind of seed mid lane turret here, which is not really something you ever want to do.
Kuzan's there, he's still pretty healthy. So, but, well, there's 4 members now. They bump him back in. He goes into the Sanguine Pool. Songyun, he will be able to finish that one off. Another turret, now 3-1 in that regard, going over to a Freak of Freaks. Pilot trying to get some damage in onto this top, but Ixu is on the roam. There's the parallel convergence, and Pilot is going to have to deal back. Still just going to be 1,500 gold separate from squads. Oh, here we go. Wing coming up. It's onto Ixu, slows him up. Jay going to be taking out the tower, but the wave's not there. Weaver's Wall going to cut short, so it won't cut them off. And that is going to be Jin Air having to heal back just a little bit, but with Ixu on the recall, it might be able to finish off this turret. Snowflower's here. Lyra almost, but there's just no way to clear out the wave. So that should be a tower going over to Jin Air. There we
might
go.
be 2. There's a lot of pressure onto the mid lane turret, and
Yeah, Trace is here.
recalling.
Yeah, this should be it with the wave coming in. Mickey deciding to stick around, says, you know what, I have enough HP for this, but has to be careful because Trace is going mega. Kuzan going to jump in, drops the Hemo Plague. Flash away by Mickey will keep himself alive. Kuzan goes into the Sanguine Pool. He'll stay up as well on the hunt. Popped by Songyun as they run down. TP coming through from Ixu, going to be looking to trade something back now. Jumps in onto Jay, gives him a good amount of damage. Parallel convergence not going to connect. Stunned into the wall by Trace to lock up the Echo. He's going to flash over. Ixu chasing. He's not going to be able to find anything else though. That should be the end of it. Jin Air put another turret on the board. They get the TP away from Echo, but they have to use a bunch of flashes to get out there themselves.
They're very clean in setting up for multiple advantages when they finally get one. It's always 2 turrets for Jin Air, and even pressure on the bot side was what they set up. So minion wave play has been much better for Jin Air. The warding has been landslide this series better for Jin Air, although in Game 3, Afreeca finally corrected some of their underwarding, but they've certainly been on full display this series. Gotta say, there's not any wards in this game, though.
Yeah.
For either side.
It's like the first time that we've had neither team really warding. But just 300 gold separating now, Jin Air. Keeping it very close. Now that we have a second, I'd like to apologize. I broke your pen.
Oh, my Korean Air pen?
Very sorry. I was fiddling with it during one of the team fights, and the clip just kind of snapped off.
So I had perhaps the best moment after the Hearthstone final the other day. We went to the after party, and the Vainglory / Here's the Storm translator, G-Clef, was tasked with opening the Mekju, the beer.
Oh, okay.
He snapped the first bottle opener in half, which, you know, it happens, right? And then he got a second one and snapped it in half on the first try. He snapped
How?
2 bottle openers in half. I don't know.
What were these bottle
You know, that's
made
usual.
out of?
I don't know, man, but I've never seen someone snap 2 in a row.
At least you didn't try to open it with spoons, because then you have to replace the silverware. But, or rather his teeth. That would have been even worse if you tried to open it with his teeth.
After you snap 2, you just stop. There's no more alcohol for you.
Yeah.
Which is awkward because he hadn't had any of that.
Yeah. Still too much.
Clearly.
The thought about it was too intoxicating for him.
Exactly. Too alluring.
So, well, I'll have to give him some hell over that
Exactly.
the next time that I see G-Clef.
Make sure to rib him about that. Speaking of alluring, I mean, Jin would have thought they were on the doorstep of making it to the next round, and again, making it closer and closer to Worlds after Game 2, especially with the history of Afrika Freaks in the postseason, but they've been better, a lot better in Game 3 and in Game 4. They've had some pretty ordered plays. The only one thing I would like to see is a bit more defensive warding for Ixu to split push if you're going Trinity Force into what looks like a dead man's plate.
I think you drop warding, or defensive rather, from that sentence. Just a bit more warding in general.
Sure, but I want to see defensive warding specifically around Ixu, which actually be pretty offensive warding because it's pretty much split push duty for the Echo at this point. His build doesn't do much in team fights, but does do a lot of work against enemy turrets.
Well, now we have another dragon coming up. It's going to be our first Mountain Drake, I'm pretty sure, of this 4-game series thus far. 40 seconds out on that. 2 Ocean Drakes for Afrika, 1 for Jin Air. That Mountain Drake would help them out quite a bit. It's currently 3-3 in towers. They're dead even in gold. But Jin Air going to be looking for something to inch themselves above Afrika Freaks. Is that enough to cancel it? Nope. Wasn't in range.
Need to ferment it longer, I guess. New Gragas tech required.
Oh, well, we'll have that new Gragas tech when his new ultimate comes in and he just lobs the barrel and it flies like a mile an hour.
Let's be real. If we follow Riot's trend, the new Gragas tech is going to be removing alcohol from the equation.
That's also true.
Dizzy rage instead of drunken rage. He just momentarily can't really focus, and for that reason he takes less damage.
Instead of stopping to take a swig, he just like holds his head and he's just like, whoa, lightheaded.
Vertigo rage.
Yeah. All right, well, there we go. Mountain Drake swiftly taken by Jin Air. And then it'll be a Cloud Drake to just about finish this out for us.
This is what has happened this series, though. Look at the pink wards from Jin Air. I see 2 on the top side around Baron, 2 on the bot side around the river. There's exclusive areas of vision for Jin Air and Afrika. They're just not even fighting for vision, which, again, it's really puzzling. This team has always been on the better end of warding in the league, despite a kind of aggressive tendencies they've always slipped into. And they need this warding, because we saw on the top side, Mickey's been roaming around looking for auto attacks on an inner turret. The moment you're at least even thinking about sieging inner turrets, your vision line is what makes that possible. You don't get any auto attacks onto turrets if you don't have vision to back it up. Otherwise, the penalty is always so severe.
So what is the next move right now? Is it going to be just waiting for more dragons, trying to ward up around this Baron and try to force the hand of the other team? Because right now it seems like either side, might get my answer to my own question there, but I was going to say, looks like either side doesn't really have anything to really play for at the moment. All the tier 2s that are standing, and they just have no vision deep inside of the jungle.
I mean, the onus is kind of on Afrika to make the moves. In the late game, while they may have Sivir, Vladimir Ezreal is a very powerful duo. It's not Vladimir Sivir, but it's close enough. And Afrika are the ones that have been winning in terms of the pressure battle, so they need to be the ones to two-man invade for vision and allow to set up for some of these sieges on inner turrets, because if they kind of just let Vladimir put together 6 items, they just let Ezreal pile on items, can't be surprised if we reach a phase where they just can't hold a candle to Jin Air in a true team fight sense.
Well, they try to get that play on the chain mid, can't make anything happen from it, so there's just going to be Farm Fest 2016 at the moment in mid. And Songyun, he's doing a pretty good job of that. 282 to the 249 of Pilot. Pilot does have 2 kills and assists, so breaking relatively even in that regard. You can see the Blade of the Rune King completed for him. Songyun still going to be working towards that first seal item soon. Looks like actually he's going to go ahead and pick up that Executioner's Calling. So could just be seeing a Mortal Reminder coming out from him as his 3rd item.
He might even just sit on the Executioner's Calling. Don't have to worry about slot efficiency on AD carries too much. Will eventually be an armor penetration item there, and
Easy the dagger.
It helps against the Vladimir. So, end of the day, the healing from the likes of the Gragas and the Vladimir is on the higher side. So something to hold it in check is not a bad thing. Couple of pink wards now on the map. One of them just cleared by Jin Air. Baron damage from both teams. Now the Blade of the Rune King is completed. It's pretty good, you know. The Talia Sivir and the Vladimir Ezreal.
Oh, Snowflower, pretty far forward, uses that stand behind me.
Any pick now, realistically, opens up Baron. So, a lot of defensive posturing. Snowflower's flash is down, so going to be harder for him as a melee support to get wards around the Baron. That's why he has to have Lyra be the best friend.
Well, getting a bit tense now is desperately going to be looking for these ins. Lyra taking a good bit of damage. Weaver's Wall comes through, but Pilot says, you know what, I can just jump over that one. But now he has to try to exit up the river. It doesn't even matter. He gets jumped on and melted out. TP coming through from Trace. Doesn't have a Gnar bar built up. Afrika, their eyes are going to be set on this mid-tier 2. Trace almost walks into the parallel convergence, hops over the wall to wrap around. But a lot of the safe wave clear, the poke from that Ezreal is gone. And they're going to struggle to hold on to this tower. Looks like it's just going to go down. Afrika Freaks taking out Pilot. They're able to force up and get a tier 2.
Yeah, that was a really sick weave as well. I think you undersold it a little bit just because at that time it seemed like Ezreal has to flash over it. So uses his flash, dies, heal goes down as well. Good teamfight conceptualization. We haven't seen those Weaver's Walls so far from Mickey, but first one at 28 minutes to really open up a pick. It doesn't get them Baron, but an inner turret just means one more pick, and they may have enough safe deep vision to look for the Baron. So we're going to see the replay. Just cutting off, just the exact positioning there was perfect. Pilot couldn't open enough space, and it also does some deletion damage, as we can see.
Yeah, he got pretty bopped.
Popped, bopped, whatever you want to call it. He's dead fast.
Well, Wing takes away a red buff, but not going to do a whole lot of good for Jin Air. Now falling even further behind, but 30 minutes in for the deficit that they're in. It's not going to be hurting them a whole lot. Just going to be 2,000 gold separating the 2 teams. Baron's still not coming into play. And, you know, a good chunk of that is now that turret advantage that is handed over to Afrika Freaks. See, they got a little bit of vision on the bottom side of the jungle, but overall, it's still pretty lacking from them. Jin Air still have unique vision around that Baron pit.
These 3 items make clear very powerful.
Oh, Weaver's Wall coming through. Yeah, they're getting on the Jay. Bumps him back with a seismic shove. He's going to flash over both walls. Snowflower trying to hit Pilot with that Glacial Fissure. Can't find him, but the Jay going low, throws out the Subjugate, trying to stay alive. Explosive cast not really getting clipped. Snowflower, 2-shot barrage. Not enough to finish off the Braum. Zeus still chasing deep, gets a slow up on the wing, but doesn't want to pursue any further.
On the backside.
Kuzan all by himself in no man's land. The jump forward. The Winter's biting the exhaust. Kuzan goes in, drops the Hemoplague, but can't make it into the Sanguine Pool in time. And he's going to go down, and with that pick, all of that AoE damage gone. Afrika Freaks, they're going to move over toward this Baron.
Yeah, Hemoplague being up, if that's one of the 4 members alive, stops the Baron threat, but with it down, they have a lot of Baron damage, Kilios.
The new Pilot going to have to do all of the poking out here. Grace going to get locked up, flashes away, trying to transform into that Mega Gnar. Songyun and Lyra going low. Here he goes, get the triple man stun into the wall. Wing goes for it, but can't find the kills. The repel comes through, and Songyun is able to finish off Trace. Pop back in onto Wing. The Baron will help assist a kill onto Lyra. They'll lose 3, but that means that Jin Air can stave off this Baron for a little bit longer.
Afrika were really sloppy about who was tanking Baron. Songyun lost 70% of his health to the Baron.
Nice back delays there as well from Jay.
Almost multiple other members were taken down by the Baron. So they get the 3-for-1 trade, which is good. It could have been cleaner. There could have still been a Baron threat, but Lyra The only person to go down means that at least 3 members were swapped for the Baron, staying on the Rift.
Yep. You can see Songyun did opt to go in for that Mortal Reminder. We'll see where he wants to continue his build. Doesn't have much need for something like a QSS. So can just go for straight damage and attack speed. Looks like it will be the Zeal. Could see a rapid fire cannon coming out from him. It's been picking up in popularity here and there.
5 Drake takes before the Elder Dragon spawns. We've seen as little as 2, so 5 is certainly the upper end.
It's definitely been a bit of an odd day for Dragons, both in the amount and the spawns. We'll take a look at this delay from Jin Air.
Just look at Songyun. Because of the traffic cone, he loses 70% of his health to Baron, and does have the flash up, so doesn't get killed by the Gnar ultimate. Again, tracking the Baron, almost takes down Snowflower, actually takes down Lyra. They get the picks. It's still a successful move for Afreeca, but they need to really get the hell out of dodge when it came to Baron in that particular indication, but they're back on it now.
Yeah, Pilot running back, has the True Shot Barrage. They're going to throw out the Weaver's Wall to cut him off. Kuzan has no way of getting over this. It's going to be down to Wing to try to steal it, but he can't because he gets locked up. If he could get the smite, he would have been able to confirm it. It came out so early from Lyra, but it just can't happen. Now Mickey getting jumped on by Jay, but they're turning this one around as Lyra goes forward, chunks him down to about half HP. Kuzan trying to trade something back, getting onto Ixu, who has the ultimate available, but it won't even matter. Pilot is able to take him out in time. It's going to be a kill for a kill. Winged and Ixu going down. The Baron is picked up by the Afreeca Freaks, and that is going to stretch them even further ahead in gold. They should be able to finish off some of these remaining Tier 2 towers.
Once again, Mickey's the hero. Excellent Weaver's Wall. A 4-item Vladimir can't actually get to the fight because he doesn't have flash to get over the Weaver's Wall. Stayed up for the full duration. He had to keep away Winged. It was a really poor smite from Lyra, but had his blushes spared as Winged couldn't actually end up getting in smite range. Afreeca playing with fire. That's why the way this team has always played on the razor's edge, and it's tipping towards them in this game 4 and setting up for what could potentially be a reverse sweep, which given their history would be such a massive result.
That it would. So looking good for them, but it's still a little bit shaky here and there. The gold lead, not that huge. They need to try to expound on that and increase that deficit.
And we've still never seen a fight where Vladimir's ult has actually been amping up multiple members, because of course we've seen Kuzan randomly suicide to 4 members. We've seen other forced fights because of picks onto Jin Air. So the pick comp has been doing its thing. Just with only a 3,000 gold lead, without a way to really blow open the game like taking down an inhibitor, you still worry about Jin Air's teamfight comp in the late game.
Now Trace walking forward, he's gonna have to hop the wall. Killer thrown down to stop them from pursuing any deeper, but Afreeca Freaks looking for this first turret. It could be the first of many. There's no real way to walk up and try to clear out these Baron-empowered minions, so that's going to be the first Tier 2 going down. Weaver's Wall comes out. I can shift over, will keep Pilot safe, however. And now the minions are just going to get bunched up a little bit more as they start to push in and try to break the inhibitor line. All conversions thrown out, not going to find a whole lot, but Shay takes a ton of damage from the ricochets coming out from Songyun. He has to work his way back to the fountain. Barely alive. Kuzan going in for some trades, but doesn't do a whole lot to Ixu. Gets dragged over the wall. Lead a little bit from that turret. Trace is going to transform into the Mega Gnar. The wallop misses, but he's playing this Mega Gnar on the wrong side of the map. Needs to be in bottom to help out the rest of this Jin Air squad. He's going for the kill onto Ixu, who still has the ultimate and the flash available. Now he's going to lose it. Gets exhausted out. See if he's able to hound him down. Looks like Ixu will be able to walk out with his life.
Afreeca trying to brute force this, but they really should be having someone like Ixu pushing in the top lane, getting the easy outer turret while they have this 4-man pressure. Instead, just looking to brute force. Maybe they'll even look for a dive here.
Shove in onto Jay. He's going to get locked up by that Winter's Bite and take a good amount of damage. TP coming back in now from Ixu. Has the ultimate still and the flash. He's going to be fine to stick around. The wave not really working for them.
But they're not getting much value out of the Baron and Kilios. Top lane is even just up at the top by the river. Mid lane's actually pushing out for Jin Air. So Afreeca, again, really looking hard at the dive, trying to win the game now instead of playing the map smartly. And Jin Air have been smart at playing the map in previous games, and it's a bit of a reprieve for them here. It could have been a lot more punishment from Afreeca if they played the map clean.
Not able to break that inhib line. I thought maybe they'd be able to do so, what with Trace Transforming into the Mega Dart, trying to deal with Ixu, but it wasn't enough to walk up and knock down that structure. Still going to be 5.6 thousand gold now. 4.6 thousand gold, rather.
Not quite.
Jin Air just struggling to hold on.
Not quite 5.5k. Might get there.
Yeah. That's a big number.
It is. It's pretty big.
That's a number that you really have to consider.
It's a more than suboptimal number.
Well, for now, things going to slow down. Might just have to wait for that next Baron to come up, or the Elder Dragon. It's got 1.5 minutes out on that. See that 3 buffs would go over to Jin Air, the Mountain Ocean, and Cloud. Double Ocean for Freaka Freak. So overall, wouldn't be the most important Elder Dragon pickup, but that extra damage for Jin Air would be pretty significant.
See which AD carry can go unchecked, because at this point, they both have a pretty impressive armory. So if there's that 4 items, the ricochets, we know the work they can do. Sangyun moving towards the Bloodthirster as a final item. Space granted for him though, so it'll be very much a story of front lines. Naren, the Gragas, also the Vladimir, so 3 true frontliners. To some degree, the Trundle as well. Means that Ezreal should have more space, but if they ever take their eyes off Sangyun, we know what work the Ricochet crits can do.
Love me some Ricochet crits.
Might get to see some very soon, Achilles.
Looking that way. For now, it's just going to be having the attention turned on to the minion waves. They keep shoving.
For once, both teams actually get a lot of value out of this Elder Dragon, so will be a true flare point. 2 and 3 buffs respectively being buffed up.
It's just going to be a matter of can anybody actually try to engage this
Ixu.
one. Ixu, he's going to get jumped on. Has to flash over the wall. He's going to go really low. And that's going to be the True Shot Barrage. Almost takes him out. He has the Guardian Angel still and the ultimate.
He didn't have the wards or the backup to make a face check like that, so gonna have to recall. We'll be able to ult back if he wants to.
Yeah, doesn't have to teleport either, though. So looks like he's just going to run this one out. Jin Air not feeling comfortable enough to try to jump onto the dragon. There's still a ward inside the pit, so Freaka Freaks know that it's not being taken.
Freaka's vision line is towards the Baron. Almost nothing around the dragon, like you say, on its single ward.
And now they're trying to pin jump from below, getting a slow in onto Mickey. Trey's going to get jumped on, trying to build up that Mega Gnar as best as he can. Jay chunked down to about half HP. Ixu goes back in, working down this Gnar with relative ease and not suffering too much in the trade. Kuzan needs to find a way to get in, drop a massive Hemoplague to try to burn through a Freaka Freak. So you can see the recalls coming through now from Mickey. He's going to go back, heal up, and zip his way in. If need be, he can ride the Weaver's Wall to get closer, get faster. But for now, Jin Air just don't have an opening to try to open up on these objectives.
Freaking kite back to their pink ward coverage around Baron and now clearing out the wards around Dragon. Both these comps are much better initiating from Fog of War. Well, most teams are, but the CC, like the Explosive Clask and Cocoon, do more work there. Finally seeing an Elder Dragon start, down to 5,000.
It's going to be do or die time here for Jin Air. They need to net this for themselves, or else the Freaka Freaks might just have all the tools necessary to close out the game with the map pressure that they have in the gold lead. 5,000 falling down now below 4. Winged getting locked up by the Parallel Convergence. Mickey is able to kill off Pilot. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Winged picking up the Dragon, but are they going to suffer too many losses on the backside of this? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Winged getting his Guardian Angel pop. Trace, he is going to be able to exit. So it's going to be a 2-for-0 in favor of Freaka Freaks. Winged down for 60 seconds. They can just go straight for the Baron.
I mean, Mickey's the hero. Solo kills Pilot, dies as an Ezreal with his summoners up. Just a complete burst damage that wasn't registered whatsoever by Pilot, and now Freaka Freaks can walk up. No Ezreal, no Smite. Should be a free Baron for a Freaka.
It's looking that way. Nobody on the side of Jin Air nearby to try to contest this. It would be a suicide mission there if they were going to go for it. So Baron will finally go over to a Freaka Freaks. Elder Dragon's there for Jin Air, but it's still only got about 60 seconds left on it, so they won't have it for too much longer. And suddenly, Freaka look like they might be able to close this out as they take their gold lead to over 6,000.
It's been a long time since Mickey showed a new champion that must be ban-worthy, but watching this fight, just watch the Ezreal instant bop from almost out of vision by Mickey. That was an impressive amount of damage, something that late game Taliyah can do even without a combat ult, and basically instant kill someone from full health if you hit the full rotation. And as I was saying, you know, the Zed and the Twisted Fate was shown in the first series he ever played against Najin. Now Taliyah sounded like it fit in his wheelhouse, and very clearly, based on this game, does.
I mean, all things aside, I think the most impressive part about his play on this Taliyah has been the seismic shoves. They've been on point. We've seen so many other mid laners just throw out the seismic shoves, consistently miss them, but then just try to poke out with a threaded volley. But Mickey, he's getting the full rotation off. He's able to knock them back in, layer the threaded volley right into their face, proc the Thunderlords, and then just really work them down, as shown by how Pilot just got absolutely destroyed.
Seismic Shove's a bit of a mind game you do have to predict, even though it's a little bit more generous now than it was on release, but Mickey knows a lot about mind games. No, not many people will forget his trading of words with Faker, but need to practice more, and he's clearly been practicing on this Taliyah.
Mickey gonna zip his way into that Weaver's wall. Not really cutting anybody off, but still gonna be the tier 2 at top going down. All of the outer turrets have fallen on the side of Jin Air's map. The Freak of Freaks, yet again, gonna be looking to break this inhibitor turret line. Don't have that many ways to safely walk up and knock down that turret. They still have to be worried. Jin Air still has some power. They have that pick potential coming through from the Gragas.
Yeah, Mickey, another ranged auto attacker, will find it very hard to walk up when Cask is up. Even though they can trade wave clear, actually breaking the base, proving quite difficult for Afreeca.
Now they get the Cocoon in. That's gonna be the knock-in. Lyra goes up with a repel, jumps down on top of Kuzan, who goes into the Sanguine Bolt to try to get himself out. Trace trying to pinch in on the sidelines to get into that Mega Dart, but they might just burn him out before he's able to do so. Pop him up. The Guardian Angel will come through, but he is gonna lose Mega and be exhausted by the time he gets back to this fight. The Freak of Freaks, they can just play with time. They have a massive wave building up in the bottom lane. They're going to push forward and finally knock down this tower. And Jin Air, they have to peel back because they're losing it in mid. They're going to be losing it in bot. This could just be a full base collapse like we saw Jin Air do to a Freak of Freaks.
I mean, it's losing across the map. Like I said, they might even lose this bot lane inhibitor turret as well. Trace able to hold it for now.
Weaver's wall used so they can push in, take out this middle inhibitor. Now Trace getting jumped on, popped down, locked up by the concussive blows. The GA will be popped. Ixu trying to threaten Pilot in the back line. He's going to throw out a good amount of damage, but Ixu still has that Guardian Angel that has to be respected. And the tower, one hit from dead, will go down as Lyra finishes it off. All three inhibitors now gone. Ixu snapping back into the base with the ultimate. This is going to be a Freak of Freaks looking for the finish. A huge chunk of damage on the Kuzan. Ixu goes forward. We'll take a little bit of that turret aggro, but both of these structures are likely going to fall. It's a last-ditch attempt there. Wing goes in. Big Cast knocks them all in. Lyra going to be taken up. A Pilot gets locked down by the Cocoon. Flashes away, but he is still going to fall. Actually, no, he's able to make it out alive. Retreats back to the fountain, but it doesn't matter. A Freak of Freaks, they're still so healthy. The parallel convergence setting up Kuzan and Shay. He goes into the Zonias. They're able to take out the Trundle. The turret's still alive, now gonna fall, and that should be a Freak of Freaks taking out this game. 45.5 minutes, a bit sloppy once they got into the base, but they finish it out, and the hope of that reverse sweep is still very much alive for these guys. A bit of a closer game compared to game 3, but showing signs of life, and now a Freak of Freaks tied up the series with Jin Air 2 each. The winner of the next game will move on to face Samsung.
In the betting markets, the reverse sweep by Afreeca was probably the least likely of the outcomes. Jin Air looked in control for a couple of games, but credit to Afreeca, they brought it back in really solid fashion, and looking on the faces of the Jin Air members, they seem a little bit out of ideas. Maybe Afreeca just has the depth of strategy to really deal with what Jin Air are putting out when they don't have Kuzan on that Lissandra, when they don't have as much playmaking. In this game, they even added the Gnar as a potential playmaker, but it wasn't enough, and suddenly, you talked about the third game being a best of one for Jin Air to be coronated as champions. Well, we have a true best of one now, and either team could be going through to face Samsung on Thursday.
They very well could, and a Freak of Freaks, if they can maintain this level of performance, they could be able to close it out, but if one thing's for sure, I think it's that Mickey is probably not going to get his hands on that Taliyah coming into this final game.
It's going to be the cost of a pick like Karma, and maybe they'll just return to the Kog'Maw strategy. So the picks and bans, specifically on the side of Jin Air, will be fascinating, because it feels like they've shown Afreeca 2 comps they can work with, and you only have so many bans to answer them.
Yeah, and look at that damage coming through. About 45-minute long game, And Mickey doing 37,000.
I mean, every good thing came from either a Mickey ult or a Mickey seismic shove. The deletion on Pilot got them the Baron. Some of the walls were clutch, and there's another pick that will it be available in the next game?
I mean, doing over 10,000 more damage than a late game Ezreal is pretty impressive.
He did double the damage of a Vladimir.
Okay, also very impressive. So Kuzan, maybe you don't go for the Vladimir pick. Maybe just keep it out of the hands of Mickey with a ban or something, but it's becoming increasingly difficult for Jin Air to ban out away from the Freak of Freaks. We'll see what they're able to piece together here for this 5th and final game. It all comes down to this. Winner moves on to face Samsung, and they keep their hopes alive for the regional qualifiers to try to make it to Worlds. A Freak of Freaks trying to go the distance. Let's see if they can do it. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
자, 에러우가 없다. 자, 마하 안정적인 자세.
여기서 이쪽으로 막 캐트를 뒤로 못하게 해볼래?
자 이러면 물렸고요. 바로 케이틀린이 궁극기 때문에 지금
내쪽 딜 못해. 아지르 보래. 바로. 옆에 케이틀린. 바로 이거 조심하자. 500. 바로 먹어봐. 나이스.
바로는 케이틀린.
다 죽였어. 아래테 땄어.
야, 옵니다 스웨인이 뒤잡아요.
디테일 아래테야.
서로 오더가 나눴거든요 지금.
용봐봐. 내 싸움은 썸디는.
근데 글쎄요 이거는 약간 진영이 MVP가 훨씬 좋은데요?
테 와줘야 된다 하지 않았어?
엄청나게 이득받고 우와 MVP. 자 열죠.
앞에부터. 야 찍지 마. 지금 피했어. 가도 돼.
사먹재기에 미니언도 밀고 들어오는.
네.
미디 민전 기다려. 미니언 기다리자.
이게 유일하게 남은 타워 하나.
미디 스펀드 두 개야. 들어온다.
아 이거 MVP 대단한데요? 예.
자, 여기서 끝장내장 가요 한번.
천천히 이거 나가야 돼. 나가서 싸워야 돼 우리가.
케이치가
쳐는 보자.
알아요. 바드가 없어요. 바드가 없기 때문에 이거 애매하죠.
넥서스 친다.
시베르 툭툭툭
이게 뭐야? 넥서스.
이거 진짜
이거 어떻게 돼갑니까?
야 이거 게임 끝날 것 같. 끝날 수도 있어. 깰 수 있으려나? 민현 다 살려야 돼. 유리해. 계속 유리해.
예. 이런 거 그리고 넘어오고. 이거
바도 공으로 한 번 올리고 수현이 와야 돼. 딜러 나면 올리게 딜러 나면.
자 이거 가능. 포크레인들이 과연 얼마나 저항을 할지. 포크레인들의 저항 나오고요.
바도 공 한 번 쓰고.
뒤를 얼렸어요.
나이스. 깜짝.
얼렸어요.
진짜.
역시 여름의 왕자. 사목재기도 거스를 순 없습니다.
네.
진짜 한 명만 잘했으면 배웠는데 하나 못했나?
Welcome back, guys. We're coming in now for our fifth and final game between Jin Green Wings and the Afrika Freaks, who are on a warpath to close out with a reverse sweep. It looked like they were certainly going to fall to a 3-0, but Jin having some struggles in those last two games. And now it all comes down to this, a best of one, if you will, between these squads. The winner moves on to face Samsung and continues their run through the regional qualifier to try to make it to Worlds. And the loser, well, they go home until spring split of 2017.
You know, we came into this best of 5 between two teams that hadn't been performing recently and didn't really know what to expect. And then Jin Air leapt forward. They showed some of their good tendencies with the Lissandra pick, with the mid-game power. And then we put the magnifying glass on Afrika. We thought, I don't think they really can stand up. This is more of the same. Now the magnifying glass is actually on Jin Air Green Wing. There's so many picks, mid lane in particular, we can talk about. The likes of the Karma, now newly the Talia that we just saw Mickey play for the first time in competitive play. And even if both of those are accounted for, Afrika's on blue side. And I can tell you one thing, Achilles. If Vladimir is up, they are first picking Vladimir.
That they are. I mean, even if the Rek'Sai makes it through, that should be another swift pickup for them. We'll see what's going to happen, though, as they go for this first ban. It's going to be the Gangplank that's been banned out in all 5 games thus far. And it will remain that way, and Shen taken away as well.
I think Jin Air, you just don't ban mid lane champions. I think maybe the Taliyah, but you cannot ban 2 mid laners because we've already mentioned about 4 or 5 that Mickey is favoring recently. So,
I mean, do you ban the Taliyah or do you ban the Vladimir? Because I guess if you ban the Taliyah and they pick Vladimir, you could go for something like the Mal. Well, never mind. You can't go for the Malzahar.
they're definitely banning Malzahar on blue side, which is smart. They will ban the Vladimir, so that is the first ban here. But something will slip through, and honestly, the Karma has shown the greatest degree of variance. If you ban another mid laner, I think it has to be the Karma, but then there's no guarantee that Afrika just don't first pick Rek'Sai.
Bit of a pickle here for Jin Air. Have to be drafting very intelligently for this last ban. Still going to be waiting on Afrika Freaks. It's going to be the Lissandra.
Really scrimping on the mid lane pull here. From Afrika's side, it's smart because we've already seen multiple effective picks. It has to be the Taliyah. And I think Rek'Sai first pick is pretty much a no-brainer for Afrika, but maybe Karma is enough of a reach for that.
I mean, if we see the Rek'Sai come through, we could see the Karma takeaway by Jin Air. Maybe Jay using that one in the bottom lane.
I think it has to be one or the other. I think passing up on Rek'Sai unless they have something really amazing available.
That would be bold.
It definitely doesn't need to be first pick.
Yes, Nasus, please.
I think you take the Rek'Sai here.
All right. I agree. I think that's going to be the strongest one. As much as I would love to see a first pick Nasus.
But you do give up, you know, a pretty strong rotation here. We could see very much like something like Sivir Karma. The double movement speed duo could be taken. Sivir's been pretty high priority. Also, Echo has been played every game by Ixu. And his predecessor,
Not anymore.
Linderung. So Sivir is taken, like I mentioned, but the Echo is left open, and we could definitely see a return to a Kog'Maw comp, if that's what Afrika want to do.
Now, wasn't it actually Trace that went back to the top lane Echo before this new genre came out with the Trinity Force, and it kind of became impressive again? He was one of the first ones to say, like, I think top lane Echo's still good, and then he absolutely got destroyed.
Yep.
Oh, poor Trace.
That was very much everyone else playing Aurelia, and Trace was like, well, my Aurelia is not very good. I guess I'll play Echo.
He was pioneering before the patch hit to make it legitimate. But Ashe and Karma will be locked in for Afrika Freaks. We can pretty well guess that it's going to be Karma and mid lane for Mickey yet again. Would be his 3rd time throughout.
Couple things to consider though, Kilios. We do have Ghost selected as the summon as well for Ixu, and he's a known top lane Hecarim player. So if we don't see Jin Air lock in jungle Hecarim, which they're clearly considering, I think Ixu is kind of setting up for that to be his top lane pick. It's also not going to be a Kog'Maw comp, given that they've locked in the Ashe already. So we may see damage from other lanes. Hecarim would certainly fit that. So if Jin Air don't take Hecarim here, I'm almost certain Ixu will take it for Afrika.
Well, it looks like they're really playing around with this one, and
they've had the pick
should
of their
end up
junglers.
locking it in.
Everything other than Rek'Sai is available, and they will take away the Hecarim.
All right, so now what do you go for in the top lane as Ixu? Gnar had mixed results in this matchup. We could see the Twisted Fate coming back out from Mickey.
Is it going to be a global party? Because certainly setting up for one with Rek'Sai, Ashe, and Twisted Fate.
All about the global party.
And speaking of comfort picks like Twisted Fate is for Mickey, Snowflower made his name as a Thresh main back in summer last year. Hasn't played a lot of it, but would be a lot of pick power on the side lanes to set up for this Thresh, for this Twisted Fate.
Well, looks like the Gnar could come through.
It's pretty risky opting into a lot of pick against a Tahm Kench who can single target CC deny so hard. So they're going to pivot a little bit. Will be a return to that mid lane Karma.
Yeah, it looks like these will be the 2 lock-ins, Trundle and Gnar. Everything on the line now. Don't want to swap anything up, go for something too crazy, so it looks like it will just be that. So Karma coming into mid for Mickey. Yet again, we'll see how much success he's going to have with this and what the matchup will be as the final pick goes over now for Kuzan.
Maybe it's the Cassiopeia, and that might be worth considering here. It's risky.
No way.
It'd be risky to play Cassio in this situation. Aurelion Sol has been disabled a long time. I actually haven't had a status update on it, but I'm going to assume it's still disabled.
I think that it's disabled, but it's still in the client, obviously, because it's on live. Coming back to this Katarina. This would be...
There's some Katarina players in this league. Of course, Pawn was a famous one back in the day, but
I don't know, man. That's really risky.
Cassio is the very obvious choice in this scenario. It's risky in lane to the Karma because you get shoved early, but a lot of upside as well. Kuzan does play a lot of Cassiopeia.
I think this is probably going to be the final lock-in. They're really taking their time with this one, letting the clock run down, and it will be Cassiopeia. So sorry for all of you that wanted to see that Katarina locked in. It's not going to happen quite yet. Scar is watching. I'm sure he's very disappointed.
Cassio, 4 games in his career. Kuzan, he's 2-2. Has been known to pull it in and out of meta. It's a really intriguing team comp because Echo and Hecarim only go one way. Sivir is very much on the aggressive end of AD carries as well when it comes to teamfight positioning, but Cassio's so much more adept kiting back than she is diving forward, even with Ghost Flash as the summoners. And if you take Ghost Flash and try and poke and wave, you're going to take an arrow to the face. And Tahm Kench can only do so much disengaging, so certainly risky to not go for the cleanse on Cassio, given how short to medium range she is, but maybe you need Ghost Flash just to ensure that given your team's diving in, you can help them dive with the Ghost.
Just worried about the squad from Jin Air because there's not really much of a front line, whereas you have that Trundle, the shields from the Karma on top of the Rek'Sai and the Gnar. You really just have this Echo from Trace, and you know, his first item is really going to dictate just how tanky he can get. Winged likely going to go for the Trinity Force out of the jungle. It's going to be squishy for a very long time, as is the Tahm Kench. He's reliant on that shield off the Grey Health to keep himself alive for the longest period of time in the game.
So really looking at Wing to have a big time, get the Trinity Force early, get the tankiness early, because then he can do both. Then he can be a damage dealer and a tank. But I take your point, especially if Wing falls behind, this front line could be obliterated by a Freak of Freaks.
Well, it's do or die time for both of these squads. Jin Air don't want to get reverse swept. Afrika don't want to get knocked out of this qualifier. Well, neither team, let's be real, wants that. So they're going to be fighting for their lives here. Loser gets to wait until spring 2017 to play again. Let's go ahead and get onto the Rift for Game 5. All right, here we go. Yet again, another Cloud Drake going to start us off.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
You can hear the fans out there screaming their lungs out, trying to put some wind in the sails of these teams. Freak of Freaks, Mickey especially, getting some breath back in his lungs. Actually, when we had our delay before Game 3, when we thought we had a spectator bug, it was actually Mickey was having a bit of a panic attack.
Yeah, a bit of problems breathing was what we were told during the breaks. When he was 2-0 down in that scenario to steady himself, come in, 2 wins to answer what was looking like an impenetrable task for Afrika to even win a game in playoffs, let alone come back in this series. It's kind of been a Herculean effort from him, and especially in Game 4. The game was run around Mickey, as so often has been the story for Rebels Anarchy and now the Freak of Freaks.
I mean, that's got to be doing wonders for him as far as that confidence and being able to bounce back into this set, not have that sense of dread wash over you, stop you from being able to do something as simple as breathing. So
this is
hopefully
it.
For his sake, he's going to be able to make it through this one, because
it's been elimination matches ever since they went down 2-0. They've answered the first 2, but let's look for the first salvo in Game 5. Winged finally on this Hecarim that has fallen out of favor in standard lanes. Can't lane swap and dodge bad jungle matchups. We still have seen some Hecarims make some really nice level 3 ganks with Ghost, the ability to push back with the devastating charge, but never any guarantee that a Hecarim will get going in the early game.
Certainly not. We'll find out. Getting over to this blue buff, looks like he might want to hand this over to Kuzan very early as he doesn't ping this out. Start it up. See if Kuzan rotates over for it.
I don't really know if he could give it up as a Hecarim from the jungle. The jungle is very punishing for a Hecarim. So.
Yeah, it looks like with the level of mana that he has, might have communicated, okay, you know what, I have to take this one, I'll get you on the next pass.
I actually think what he was saying was, I need cover here. I'm going to fall low in the jungle. If the Rek'Sai comes to contest the blue,
Very possible.
my game is pretty much done. So that's basically saying Kuzan push up or have eyes on Mickey, because if he goes missing, I have a lot to deal with.
Kuzan, he's going to get rooted. Lyra's nearby, but not fast enough to go in for the unburrow. Could have been a kill, or at least the flash coming through. For now, Kuzan just going to be trying to stick ahead there in the lead for the CS.
I don't often talk about the Keystones, but they were interesting in the previous game where Echo had Fervor and Trace on the Gnar had the Grasp. Reverse the matchup, Ixu's first game on the Gnar, as Gnar had been overlooked by Afrika in multiple games, and they're both running Fervor this time, so both of them looking for the more aggressive option.
See how that's going to pay off for them. So far, Trace is winning out that matchup, but it's not going to be until that Phage comes through, really, that Ixu will start turning the tide of that game.
Nice roam from Trace.
Yeah, he's going to throw out the parallel convergence, but doesn't want to go in too deep. Already knows that Mickey is rotating out of the lane, so trying to hand this blue buff over to him. So won't be going for the steal or any further harassment, so Karma will just net the blue buff, which will be good for Mickey. More Monster Qs coming out. It'll help him catch back up in CS, because right now Kuzan, he's up by 11.
I mean, the big issue for Jin Air and why it was a nice roam from Trace is that in the early levels, the melee versus range matchup actually goes okay for Trace. You can trade with the Fervor and stop the lane, but we've seen how the lane evolves, and Echo will have pressure, and so yeah, Gnar will have pressure in the Echo lane. Karma with blue buff, given the flexibility of Rek'Sai not needing that buff, will be able to outpush the Cassio, who has good harass, but not necessarily the ability to match the wave clear of Karma. And Ashen Trundle can definitely stand up to Sivir post a couple of AD items, allowing for instant wave clear. So when you're talking about potential pressure advantage, tempo advantage in 3 lanes, and the Hecarim wanting to farm, that might have been kind of the camel that broke the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of actually the Rek'Sai being able to invade and get some counter jungling onto Wing. So Wing needs as much pressure in the lanes as he can get, so Echo at least trying to dissuade the blue buff transfer is the right thing to do. Otherwise you kind of worry for Wind getting that Trinity Force at a good time.
Yeah. Well, for now, just going to be farming up across the board here. Pretty even across all of these lanes, except for Kuzan still stretching ahead in mid. Violet down very slightly in the bottom lane, but should be able to keep pace pretty well with Songyun. See which kind of build Songyun wants to go, because we saw, you know, in that last Ashe game, difference in builds with Pilot, going for a very early Infinity Edge.
There's always been someone who has built his own way. He's very much known for Red Smite Sightstone Elise in spring season. He's actually...
Thunderlord's Graves.
Thunderlord's Graves is also one of his innovations into full AD, including the Duskblade of Drakthar. But this game, he's actually shopped twice already for first a Hunter's Potion, then Swiftness Boots. So a lot of junglers around the world feel that if you don't buy Sheen or Phage as a first buy, even clearing the jungle is too punishing for a Hecarim. So to have neither, sure, you have a bit more regen from the Hunter's Potion, but you're delaying your item buy for long enough that perhaps this will be a non-Trinity Force Hecarim, because we're already thinking that that power time is going to be closer and closer to post 20 minutes.
I guess it gives you a little bit more damage in the jungle because it's passive, but...
it scales with levels, so in the early levels it's actually not that relevant, especially after Swiftness Boots have been nerfed a couple of times, so I think it's more...
Pretty negligible then.
Yeah, I think it's just being forced into it. Might just be a item timing in terms of cost thing, but won't mean that Hecarim is going to be massively powerful anytime soon.
So the pings onto the reds, it seems like Lyra has a bit of an idea where Winged is. Gonna call that out, keep his laners safe. Picks up the Scuttle Crab, so red buff will just go over to Winged. Level 6 now. And with red, we could see him go for some ganks. He's gonna move over to the Krugs. They spot out Lyra with that ward on the other side of the red pit. Just keep track of the Rek'Sai as well.
Especially if you don't have any combat stats. Fighting against a Tiamat Rek'Sai is a death sentence for the Hecarim. Very much only a CC bot. Not going to be contributing too much else until some items come through. And I guess
still going to be the Sheen.
Yeah, from the Sapphire Crystal, I guess it's still going to be an offensive build. So a bit puzzling to me that he's gone this route.
Oh boy, speaking of routes though, you're coming around the back. Level 6 on Pilot and Shay, but Pilot's really low on mana. Ash Arrow comes out. Shay's gonna have to pop the shield. Here comes the Rek'Sai. Lyra will get the knock-up. Nice flash away from Shay. Actually gonna keep himself alive. Wing zipping his way in as the Ghost now goes in with the Onslaught of Shadows. Lyra going low. He pushes him back. The flash away. He'll keep him alive for the time being. Big shield from Mickey as he arrived off the backside of that teleport play. And no one on the side of Afreeca Freak's gonna go down. First blood eluding both squads. But very nicely stopped on that dive by Jin Air Jay with a really well-timed flash.
A different item, I think Wind could have picked up a kill, but regardless, did relieve the pressure, forced the teleport from Karma that gives Cassiopeia the beneficial time to exit lane without being punished. Ixu's looking for a lot of trading onto Trace.
He's about to transform into that Mega Gnar, takes a huge chunk of damage, but there it is, the stun into the wall. Should be the wall up, the follow-up as the phase dive comes out. One more hit will do it. There it is. First blood off the solo kill going over to Ixu.
Welcome back, Spring Ixu. That was the sort of plays he was able to make in Spring, but have been noticeably absent in summer. He actually registered all 3 spells despite the fact that Trace flashed. He still was stunned against the wall. Excellent layering of abilities. Last auto attack for the kill. Really nice stuff from Ixu that, again, been so conspicuously absent in summer.
Yeah, and a bit of a misplay there by Trace, running down the lane instead of just trying to cut up. Flashing, getting himself close to that wall, and then he gets punished for it. So it's going to be a nice pickup and a relief of that pressure that Trace has been trying to put down onto this Gnar. Now he's going to be coming back in. The components of a frozen mallet coming through from him.
Meanwhile, it's going to be the Iceborne Gauntlet for Trace. I guess we shouldn't be surprised. Defensive-minded at the best of times.
Violet not quite getting stuck away from that wall, or pinned into it rather. Able to slip through there, and Shay devours him to keep him safe. It's going to be BF Sword and Swifties for Pilot compared to the double dagger BF Sword of Songyun. So it looks like he might be just going for that recurve bow, get an early Runaan's Hurricane, and build up off the BF Sword from there.
Has the Sheen now, so clearing and ganking is a little bit more threatening. An item that we haven't really seen talked about a lot is Chalice, just because Fiends has kind of been an item for Karmas only. And after the changes, Chalice giving that health regen when it basically gives conditional mana or health regen depending on which is higher is actually really interesting in most laning matchups. So if Athene's was a more flexible item, if Chalice built into more AP items, you definitely see more of it because health and mana regen is stats that are largely gone after the mana regen rework and health regen being changed in a couple of ways. So it's a nice build path and it works in so many ways with Karma and her shield.
I mean, not to mention just the innate amount of sustain you can get because of the tether. If you launcher that, you can get a massive amount back. So having that available to you for a big burst and then also that steady increase off of the Chalice, given your mana and HP levels, would be pretty huge. Abyssal Voyage coming in though, looking for Songyun, still has that Ash Arrow available, maybe now Snowflower, but can't find it, so it's going to be the cooldown used. Ghost as well by Winged, but can't go in for the opening.
Songyun doesn't have flash, so may have to be careful on lane, but still, big win for Afreeca. A lot of time invested, including the jungler's time, for no reward, so...
I mean, look at how far he's fallen behind now, 56 to 47 out of the jungle. It's going to be pretty crucial when you're trying to stack up that early Trinity force.
Lyra continues his counter-jungling journey.
And now, maybe going in for a play up top. Both of them are pretty tanky, but Trace can get the wave clear, I suppose.
Because he had the ward over, he was able to actually charge over, that's cute.
Clever. But still, just going to be that bonus first blood gold separating the teams at the moment because the CS has been balanced out pretty much across the board. Pilot getting jumped on takes a hell of a lot of damage. But yet again, Tahm Kench is there to nom him up.
Yeah, Mickey leaving lane a couple of times, including teleporting, means that he's in a bit of a hole. Usually you'd expect Karma to have a lead because she's able to push in the Cassiopeia, especially early, but given all that time out of lane, actually in a bit of a CS hole. Items are pretty cheap for a Karma, very much. 2 cheap AP items in the Athene's Unholy Grail and the Ardent Censer, then into Death Cap.
Pilot losing out on that trade yet again. Gets a bit of damage back on the Trundle, but the innate sustain from the passive will be fine. You're a bit of a CS hole.
I've heard something like that describe me, but I don't think it was CS hole.
A cesspool.
Hey, that's a bit mean.
I was just trying to think of words that were like it, that's all. I don't think you're a cesspool.
It's nice of you to say, friend.
Wing now starting to struggle. Still behind the jungle.
I wish I could say the same about you.
No, sorry. I just thought of something that Azael said last night. It's completely unintentional, but it's not something that I can repeat on broadcast. But if you guys want to go back and watch that VOD,
The swear jar already has your money in it. Calm down.
It's
over there.
pretty hilarious. It involves Tom Kench. So that'll give you a clue as to where you can find that part of the VOD. But I don't think he really thought about those words when they came out of his mouth.
Tom Kench likes to eat people up, man. He really does. We all say it. Sometimes it leads to interesting places.
Oh, dear.
Ooh.
I was...
What's the steal from Lyra?
Almost got that one.
I guess it's probably not that almost. It is a Praise Seeker. They do about 40 damage.
I mean, I've seen that thing hit harder than you expect sometimes. Oh boy, Trace engaged on yet again. Go low, Ixu jumping forward, really wants to get a little bit more damage in, but...
He got lucky there. He actually attack moved after he bounced, and the attack move aggroed the minion and not the champion, so obviously he wasn't holding Tilda when he did it, which ignores minions. We'll keep pushing, and pretty quiet early game. Oh, speaking of quiet.
It's going to be Abyssal Voyage coming in, Winged in tow, they get the fear off onto Songyu. TP is being burned out, Songyu looking like he might go down. He's still alive, the shield from Mickey keeping him up, but the Winged is able to finish him off. Jay spinning out Pilot, keeping him safely as he can. Trace will get a nice stun off the parallel convergence and the Petrifying Gaze there as well. Kuzan though getting popped up, flashes away, but Lyra's on the chase, trying to finish him off, is finally able to do it. Ixu finishes him with the boulder. Now Trace going low, Mickey trying to trade as much damage back as he can. The pillar cutting off Pilot, nice spell shield to get rid of that Mantra Q. Jin Air dangerously low, but Pilot still here, has the wave cleared, so they won't lose the turret off of this. But either way, big trade coming through. Kuzan going down is going to be pretty crucial, and 800 gold now up. Here's a Freak of Freaks.
I thought Sungyu would just be deleted, but he holds onto the heel for an insanely long time. We're rewatching the fight. This time Wing does have combat stats. Gets pushed over, you're like, all right, Sungyun's dead. He gets shielded and healed to live for longer than he had any right to. And Jin Air could have disengaged this way. Could have just been a 1-for-0, but Kuzan gets greedy. He sees low health bars. He knows how much damage he deals, and house to the face takes him down. And it ends up a 1-for-1, which, given how it started, is pretty good for a Freak of Freaks.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid trade by them. Weren't able to pick up the turret off the backside of that, obviously. As Pilot just has too much wave clear, but they're still going to have a nice little lead of about 1.1 thousand, and now they're doing a race.
Yeah, Jin Air ends the laning phase, goes top.
They're going to lose this.
They're getting completely outmatched. Even with Sivir being up, they could have rotated faster if they so chose, but
it's so questionable by Jin Air. They'll get the turret in the end, but they have to commit 4 members, as opposed to just the 2 that are able to get the first brick. They clear out the pink and bottom. And honestly, if Lyra was on the bottom side of the map, or if he zipped away with a Void Rush, which he very well could do right now, they could just pick up that Cloud Drake.
The only reason to do that is Flash Arrow.
Yeah, trying to cut off Kuzan. Nice Petrifying Gaze, Snowflower, he's going to get hit up.
He'll live.
Taken pretty low. Yeah, not enough damage to finish him off, just the Morel and Abacon. And then going to be looking at that Rylai's Crystal Scepter coming in for this Cassiopeia.
Ranged damage dealers, remember they have 3 of them, are still pretty healthy. They'll get the
Convergence
turret.
Connects on the Mickey. It's going to be a big fear coming through from Winged as he jumps in. Trace going low, has to snap back. They lock up Winged. He has to get devoured by Che. They'll keep him alive. Lyra almost goes down in all of that chaos, but no one will fall. Just some damage in onto this turret from a Freak of Freaks, but Dragon. It's going to keep standing for a little bit longer, it seems.
We should return to the rotation that Jin Air made. The only reason to make a rotation like that is to end a bad laning phase, but you know, we see Frozen Man completed, we see a couple of Doran's Blades. It doesn't feel like there was any real requirement for the top lane laning phase to end, and it's clearly we see still going to be the Gnar wailing away on Trace, given that, as we knew, they were going to have the inside track taking the first brick. They would also have the flexibility to make a play around Dragon or mid lane. I don't know what Jin Air called, but there was obviously a clear call for the duo lane to go top, and it was well punished by a Freak.
Afrika stretching ahead very slightly, 1,500. Just about going to be looking to add more to that. The Dragon's still not coming into contention. We're at about the 18-minute mark. So within the next few minutes, I would suspect that we will see that Cloud Drake taken out. Ping's coming onto the Rift Herald, but looks like Lyra and with Ixu recalling, they're just going to back away from that. Continue farming up in the jungle for this Rek'Sai. Still has a nice little lead over top of Wing. He's gotten that kill, but overall hasn't been able to help too much happen for Jin Air. The bot lane duo of Songyun and Snowflower will just be able to burn through that Cloud Drake.
And look, he'll go back now, and wow, he still doesn't have gold for Trinity Force. He had all 3 parts. I assumed he'd have it, but we're talking about a 20-minute Trinity Force with no Karma, with no other utility shields. It's literally damage or nothing. And look, he made the Graves work, but as a melee carry, which is what Hecarim will be, free a couple of tank items. A lot of ways to be punished by Afrika, who are deceptively tanky, with Mickey with the shields and also the Mantra W as well.
We saw just how long he was able to keep Songyun alive in that bottom lane fight.
It's the utility build. Ardent Sensor is now complete, along with the Merc Treads for Mickey. So
yeah,
I like the Karma Hecarim duos, especially mid lane Karma, and that was what Afrika was setting up for. They would have gone for top lane Hecarim if not for the takeaway from Jin Air, but to go Trinity Force and tanky from the jungle with no utility like shields from the likes of Janna or Karma is such a risk in this standard lane meta.
And they are suffering for it. 2,000 gold now, and Afrika, the Freaks grouping up in this mid lane.
Trying something.
Yeah, it's going to be the Abyssal Void coming up to the top lane, trying to cut off Ixu. He's about to transform into that Mega Gnar. Lyra is here to back him up. Now he can just hop over
mid lane
into that Baron pit. Pilot's here to clear this out, so Songyun only going to fire off a couple shots.
See, Mickey also pushing up. We'll clear a pink and steal away a blue buff.
I guess the old question, do you go for the blue or the pink first? I think it'll be the latter. Now we'll finish this one off. Lyra just stopping by to help him out a little bit, making the journey a little less arduous for him.
And, I mean, when you have something like a Teleport Karma, it's a very flexible pick that lets you play the map better because Cassiopeia needs to be in the mid lane. She finds it very hard to fight in the side lane. She's rotated, and that's why Afrika just returned to mid lane, get a bit more chip damage, below half health now. Pressure in top, pressure in mid, and the potential to rotate a teleport user to bot lane means that Jin Air kind of have to force a fight with the damage Hecarim or watch the structures die.
Yeah, they're not in that great of a spot to force up a fight. Needed massive engage from Wing, but even then, if Mickey's present, the likelihood of being able to burn somebody down fast enough before those shields come in, it's just not seeming possible for Jin Air at this stage of the game. Need to just wait out, try to stay as even as possible, let Pilot catch up, and get that big point as the Sivir.
And Afrika know that a low health mid lane turret can be the impetus for a big engage from Jin Air. That's why Lyra's basically playing as far up into the enemy jungle as possible to make Winged predictable. If he's coming out of the fog of war, ghosting things are possible. And here he is.
He's just going to come straight down the lane, gets onto Mickey. Puts him pretty low, but the shields are coming out. Now Wing has to back off as he falls below half HP.
He's done.
Yeah, he's going to clip the big Raptors in the end, but Afrika Freaks got a good bit of damage in on the Pilot as well. He's got the heal on the flash, but he's going to opt to back off. So they could just stick around, try to finish out this turret, or they could just peel back. Looks like it will be that option. Not in any rush to force down these turrets. They are perfectly happy to just trek along with this lead that they have.
And Wing's sum total contribution to a fight is literally the Onslaught of Shadows. So the moment he has 500 health and is clearing Raptors, Afrika can do whatever they want. He's effectively a slightly more tanky caster minion at that point, so he's very much gated by his ultimate cooldown because his build only initiates, it does nothing else.
And that's a big struggle that Jin Air have found themselves with, that they just can't get in to really find these engagements.
Rushing in now, doesn't have
Coming
the
back,
ult.
yeah, doesn't have it. We'll get on the Snowflower, puts down a little bit of damage as they clear out the minions in mid. Almost get that turret down to half HP, so there's actually pretty good damage coming out right there. Dragon's still about 2 minutes out, so we can expect to see some vision control coming through from either of these teams in that bottom side of the map. It is for an Ocean Drake, so might not be the highest priority on their list of things to do. But Afrika Freaks looking like they really want to get this mid-tier 1, and if they're able to do so, getting that dragon will be that much easier for them. Snowflower going to push up, taking the tower, but it actually transfers over to Songyun, so they can't get those last couple of hits in.
It's been Afrika's way of playing. It's hurt them the first couple of games, but when they see an objective they want, they will keep on it and incessantly do it. The difference here is that Lyra has so much more jungle pressure than Winged that he can be kind of the insurance. The lack of warning might be. Here we go!
Flash forward, gets a petrifying gaze down on the Songyun. He's taking so much damage, but the shield comes through from Mickey, trying to keep him alive. It looks like he is going to live in the back line. Winged not able to go in to try to equalize the kill. So far, everybody on Jin Air falling pretty low. It's just going to be Winged and Trace sticking around that are relatively healthy. Songyun has to go back. Almost went down on that. They'll get the turret. Won't be able to find any kills for it. They don't lose anybody either, so Afrika Freaks still coming out on top, and now that mid is opened up, they can move in for these deep wards inside of the jungle. They can go for this dragon, and it's getting ready to spawn in 35 seconds.
And that was the mindset of a carry there from Kuzan. He was like, all right, this Hecarim thing's not working out. Let's go super aggressive. Fantasta ult away, though, in this situation, as Ixu forces that ult, but he was basically, went for the ult flash bait, almost took down the Ashe, but Karma finally came in range from the shields and spared the Songyun from going down, and now Flash is down on Kuzan, now Ghost is down on Kuzan, ult down on Winged as well. This is definitely the period for Afrika to take some unanswered objectives, and even though it's only an Ocean Drake, it's a freebie right now.
Yeah. And Afrika Freaks are going to be perfectly happy to take that one out. 3,500, stretching that lead further and further, but this is where things start getting a little bit more complicated for them. This Ocean Drake, this Cloud, not really going to help them bust down these structures. Neither will that additional Cloud Drake that'll be coming up. Now they just have 2 tier 2s, still that tier 1 in top. The Trace has been hugging that thing for dear life, so it does not want to let that one go.
Honestly,
where does Afrika rotate? Where do they try to pressure out to continue this lead?
I mean, it's something they haven't been able to do so far this series, but what you do is you follow up on Lyra, what Lyra's been doing, which is contesting first the blue side, but then the red side. But I like them going to the blue side. They've got the wards available from Lyra's jungle item, and just put down some wards, have Karma split push and push in. If you see a Cassiopeia, you can make a 5-man move in the top lane and punish. So play the map that your double teleport, both of them being available, allows you to do. Instead of Afrika really trained on taking out this outer top lane tower, which is pretty healthy still.
Oh boy, teleports coming down. Lyra in the thick of things, going to take a lot of damage from Winged, who goes in. Songyun going to get feared, burned down, but the shield is so massive from Mickey. Devour has to come out from Jay to keep him alive, and now Ixu in the front lines. Going to be taking a hell of a lot of damage from Kuzan, so they'll have to peel back. Afrika's still relatively okay to stick around. Winged has to recall, so this is going to be a 5v4 with Trace and Jade down to half HP. Flash is still there for Trace, as is the ultimate. They throw down the pillar. Looks like they're just going to be focusing on the turret, and they will be able to net it for themselves. So Afrika, yet again, almost losing Songyun, but still coming in on top of the objective game.
And that's because they're ahead, and it's because they're taking unnecessary risks, because they're playing 2 lanes when they have the summoner spells to play 3. And although they're inching ahead, they could be more ahead as Ixu taking a lot of damage.
Yes, he is trying to get back into that Mega Gnar. They lock up Trace. He's going to snap back with the ultimate. Lyra comes in. Won't quite get the unfurrow. Stun them up a little bit. And then Miasma coming down, slowing him up, stopping him from tunneling out. We'll make it out in the end. Afrika Freaks, they inch ahead as you put it, but barely so. They'll recall. Waves pushed up in bottom, and Jin Air is going to have to go answer that. Baron's still going to be standing for a little bit longer, but now it's the tier 2s for Afrika. They finally knocked down the rest of the tier 1s. We saw how difficult that was for them. It's going to be even more difficult from here on out.
It's only as difficult as they make it. They're bashing their heads against a wall that they don't need to. They could be insulating their heads. They could be putting some padding on and making it a bit more safe by just playing the bot lane where there was no teleport to answer the wave clear of a Karma. If you saw a Cassio, you have a massive global advantage. Instead, they're going brute force. So far, it's working. But really do worry if Afrika over pursue, give up 4 kills in a Baron, and then suddenly a Hecarim has a tank item, and suddenly Jin Air have a way back into the game.
I mean, we saw a swing coming through in Afrika's first win, getting that Baron. So it very well could happen here for Jin Air. You never know. But now it's just going to be a bit of a pause on the action. Afrika looking to shove up these lanes, keep them moving against the base of Jin Air as best as possible. Lyra going to zip his way up. And try to get that hard jump moving towards the tier 2 up top.
Gnar finally going bot. Interestingly, he doesn't have teleport, so that does at least give Jin Air the information that's true 4v4 in top. There's the arrow. We'll go wide.
Not quite going to connect on the J. It was pretty close, though. Not sure if it would have resulted in a kill. Several members there to try to follow up. But at this point, Jay is getting a bit tankier.
Just still tanky on a budget. Just has a chain vest to go along with the Cinderhawk.
Hot damn.
Don't get so tanky from the jungle. You build a Trinity Force first.
All right, well, they chunk out Trace down bot. Afrika having this unique vision over the Baron.
Baron damage not massive. This will take a while.
This one up. I mean, Songyun does a decent amount. Wings coming over.
Equal level with Lyra, so once he gets information.
He spots this with the sweeper. He knows that this one's happening. Has the onslaught of shadows, could come over, but it's going to be blind. Still no vision inside the pit, but there it is. Not in time. It's going to be confirmed by Lyra as he smites that one away, making sure that Jin Air cannot have it. Freaking Freaks walking away with a Baron, going to stretch that lead, and now they have the tools that they need to try to knock down more of these towers, these tier 2s. They haven't been able to break the line of yet. Moving in now, and they should be able to take this out with relative ease as Jin Air just can't find a way in.
As Hecarim has no space for warding Achilles, needs Skirmisher Saber to be any semblance of tanky. He's going to look for an engage, though.
He's going to try to find one here.
This has to go big.
Hasn't popped the onslaught of shadows yet. Goes in on the Songyun. The shield comes out. He does get the fear, but Songyun is still perfectly healthy. And Ixu is able to take out Kuzan. Chase going down as well as Pilot as he is on the run. Flashes out, but he's going to get taken down. Snowflower
going to do it?
Just going to rip right through him. Now it's just Winged and Trace. 40 seconds on 3 members. Baron and Powered minions inside the base of Freaking Freaks. They're going to look for the end right here.
Mickey can teleport onto a minion. I think it has to be it, Achilles. Only so much wave clear left. The reverse sweeper looks so unlikely, but we're knocking on the door.
It's now or never. Winged goes in, getting chunked down. Trace in the thick of things, snaps back with the ultimate, but there's just no way for him to stop Songyun, who's still alive. The Nexus turret is still healthy, but now Wing goes down. It's an ace coming through from a Freaking Freaks. The Nexus is exposed. 30 minutes on the clock. Afrika Freaks reverse sweep Jin Air, and they're going to move on to face Samsung later this week.
What an insane way for the Afrika Freaks to win their debut finals series. Remember, they won their debut finals games during the course of this series. Reverse sweeps have been all the rage. We saw it back at the semifinals and at the Telecom Wars, and Afrika have so much to celebrate. And that man in the middle there, Mickey, coming back from a health scare that stopped the champion select in game 3. Remember, before they'd even put a single win on the board, he and the rest of his freaks have done it. They're going to face Samsung, and who's to say we won't see KT versus Afrika Freaks to decide who's the third representative from Korea at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, we had a serious scare where it seemed like, from what we were told, Mickey might not have been able to compete, and Afrika Freaks, a team that does not have a mid lane substitute, would have been in a bit of a pickle if that had happened. So going from that scenario to now taking down Jin Air Green Wings, a team that had beaten them 2-1 the last time they had clashed, a team that had gated them out of the playoffs in spring. Or not out of the playoffs, but they took them down to the first round of the wild card. And now Freaking Freaks, they return the favor. They're going to move on to play against Samsung Galaxy. And if they can win that, they'll face off against KT Rolster.
I mean, Jin Air came in 4-1 over the course of summer against Afrika 6-1 if you include games 1 and 2. But they kind of had a representation of their whole season in one best of 5. Good start, couldn't stick the landing, went missing in the middle, and even the ending wasn't kind to them. And what a result for the Afrika Freaks. This game it was Ixu. Doesn't play much now. Played a single game of it all season, but you kind of wonder why after that performance.
Yeah, maybe you should play a little bit more Gnar Ixu, because popping the damage charts, it's pretty damn hard to do as a Gnar.
He only took it because Hecarim was denied away. We were surprised to see a jungle Hecarim in a world where there are a lot of jungle bans like we saw in Game 5 of the LCK final. Sure, maybe a Hecarim. When the lane swaps are there, sure, maybe a Hecarim. But with every jungler barring Rek'Sai available, including things like Nidalee that are certainly edge picks for some junglers, he went Hecarim, and unfortunately Winged could do very little. If it was a denial Hecarim, ended up denying a lot of the hope of Jin Air from winning this game.
Yep, Jin Air is going to have a nice little break and go on some vacations, you know, take their time, because these guys don't really have much outside of maybe some IEM events. I don't know if they'll get qualified for any of those. Don't think so. So
what a result.
Shouldn't have too much to do until spring of 2017. But yeah, the reverse sweep coming through from Afreeca Freecs. It just looked so damning after the first 2 games. Jin Air seemed like they were just poised to take it very cleanly. But in the end, Afreeca Freecs, they just come back. They fought hard. And Mickey, that man, he gave it his all.
I mean, that was the sort of heart that we expected from the Afreeca Freecs the first time they made playoffs. You remember them so excited, the train they put over at Jeonju last season, and then to go out in straight sets in both wild cards. Like, okay, maybe it's never going to be time for Afreeca, but maybe now is the time for the Afreeca Freecs. They face a Samsung team that we haven't seen in a couple of weeks, and there's definitely a world where Afreeca go on to face KT Rolster, still in PTSD mode, about 2 HP values in the final of the Worlds qualifier.
Yeah, that match is going to be on Thursday, 5 p.m. here in Korea. So 1 a.m. on the Pacific Coast, 4 a.m. on the East Coast. If you are in America, if you're in Europe, I'm sorry, I don't know your time zone very well. I cannot help you out very much. But yeah, I mean, what a comeback from Afreeca Freecs, and what a way for you and I to end our split here in Summer Papa Smithy. We get a nice little break. I'm not, I'm not going to be casting the rest of these qualifier games. You guys are going to get Monty and Doha to come back on Thursday and Saturday for those 2. So thank you guys for sticking with us throughout the entire split. It's been fantastic. My first full one here at LCK. I look forward to seeing you guys in 2017. But till then, have a good night. Enjoy the games on Thursday.